I believe we are live. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the June 29th special meeting of Newark Board of Education. Meeting is called to order at 4:02 p.m. Ms. Gutierrez, roll call, please.
Yes. Member Grindle?
Here.
Member Hill?
Here.
Member Nguyen?
Here.
Member Martinez?
Here.
And President Zhang?
Here.
All present.
Approval of agenda. I move that we approve the agenda as it is. Can I get a second?
I second.
Yeah, I wanna make a modification, please.
Okay.
So I don't have the board item in front of me. I'm sorry I don't, but it's related to bringing in the consultant to do the board evaluation. So, but before I explain my reasoning, I'd just like to have a question, and that is, I don't understand why we are changing the consultant that we're using. So I was on vacation last week, and so I didn't get notified of this, and I didn't have easy access to email. So I didn't know that we were changing our longstanding consultant until I just returned last night, and so I want to know who made the decision to basically change our longstanding CSBA consultant.
I guess the question for me, I don't know whether we have a consistent long-term consultant because we work at the previous consultant we worked with is Deb. I think we work with her. That is my only time working with her. And this is Angelina. I guess it's the first time I work with her as well. So
it's my understanding that we've used her a few times, and that we used her in prior to even my term and to Terrence's term. And I know, and usually they assign a consultant to an account.
President Zhang, if you'd like, I can chime in.
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So we've worked with three previous CSBA consultants. The last one that we did work with was it is Ms. Deb Dudley. However, when it comes to the process for this is that I request a board self-evaluation from CSBA, and they were the ones that then assigned the facilitator. So there was no selection on our end.
So that's actually not correct. So when I learned
Point of order.
So excuse me, Ms. Martinez, I have the floor, and so I'm responding. I will let you know when I'm finished.
Point of order,
Okay.
President Zhang.
So I want Member Hill to finish. And then what is the modification you asked for the agenda? Because we're voting on the approval of the agenda.
So what I'm asking is that we pull this item, and that we reschedule the board evaluation at a future date after we've determined what consultant we as a board would like to use to conduct this.
Okay, any other second for the modification of the agenda?
But I'd like to explain my reasoning before we make a decision on this.
Okay.
Okay. So it's my understanding that in talking with Deb, because I talked to Deb this morning, I called her and I said, "What's going on, Deb? How come we have a new consultant?" And she said that this is unusual. And that she said normally they have consultants that are tied to a particular account, and that basically she was surprised when the district requested a different consultant, and so it was the district that requested a different consultant. Okay. And she has said that she has, and she said that
I do apologize, Mr. Hill, for jumping in, but unfortunately, none of that is true.
So you're saying that Deb is lying to me?
At this point, I have no problem saying that the information that you are providing is not correct. The process that was followed was that I sent an email to the regular registrar. There was no email to any specific consultant. There is a specific general email. I request the board evaluation. At that point, they assigned the consultant to me. And that is the process, and there is documentation. There is email information to document that as well.
According to Deb, that's not the normal process.
In this case, then I'm going to say that information that was given to you is false.
Okay. So here is my my request Okay, and we had a discussion about this in our last session about when a leadership figure is choosing to hire advisory services, that they have the right to determine who they're going to use. And Dr. Triplett in the last session made it clear that he wanted to use a particular consultant as his personal coach, and I disagreed with that point of view, but our board said that it is his purview to decide who he's going to use. Now, I'm not going to comment on that, but what I am going to comment on is that we as the board decide which consultants we are going to use. And so if we're going to change our consultant, then we need to go through a process where we evaluate candidates and discuss them, and then we make a decision, and that we do not individually have the ability to make that choice. Hold on a second. We do that collectively, and staff does not have the
Point of order, President Zhang.
Excuse me, does not have the right to pick our consultant.
Point of order.
So does the board, I guess the question for this board is, does the board want to change a consultant? Is the board okay with this consultant, or the board want to pull this item and then go through the process again and go back to our original consultant? I guess that's the vote on the approval agenda. Does the board want to hold this agenda and then go back to the original process and go back to the original consultant, or the board is okay with this? Her name is Angelina, consultant Angelina.
The consultant is CSBA. The facilitator is who they determine is our facilitator. I don't understand, this confusion or whatever. I think whatever they provide us is who we go with. CSBA is our consultant, period.
We requested a change.
I made a motion. I made a motion to approve the agenda, meaning I'm okay with this consultant. And anybody give me I think
I did give you a second, President Zhang.
Then we move on to voting. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Grundel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
I vote no. It's a rigged process.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 4 ayes. Before we move on to closed session, any public comments on closed session, Ms. Gutierrez?
No, President Zhang.
Okay, so in closed session, we'll be talking about item 3.2, conference with labor negotiator, employee organization, NTA, and CSEA. 3.3, conference with labor negotiator, employee group NUMA, unrepresented supervisors, and contracted management. 3.4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and we'll be back to open session. Okay, we'll see you in a bit. Superintendent, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
It would be my pleasure. Are we all standing up to the flag?
Yes, we're getting the flag ready.
Okay, I'll sit down until we're ready.
Just slight technical difficulties, my apologies.
Still waiting for 2 more members.
President Young, shall we continue? We do have quorum.
Yeah, I guess Member Grindal is not here, but we can continue. We're back to open session. Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Gutierrez, can you please raise the flag?
Yes, we'll get the flag up. Thank you.
Superintendent Triplett, you will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone else, please stand.
I pledge the allegiance to the
flag
flag
of
of
the
the
United
States of America,
of America and to
and
the
to
the republic
for which it
that
stands,
stands
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God, indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty
liberty,
and
Justice
justice
for all.
Thank you, everyone. Next, report of closed session items. There is no reportable action that has been taken in closed session. 6.1, approval of the LCAP plan for the new year. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Jun, and good evening, board members, staff, and community. So we are bringing back this item and just wanted to acknowledge that there were some errors, that procedural errors in the LCAP process, and so we have consulted with legal and with the county to make sure that we are complying with all the proper procedures. And we've gone back and redone the procedures that were necessary and are therefore bringing the LCAP back for the board, for the board's review and approval. It also involves the budget cannot be approved until LCAP is approved. And so that's why you'll see the next agenda item. We also have the budget to review and for your approval as well.
Can you talk about what are the corrective action that's been taken in the past several days?
Certainly. So one of the things was we neglected to send the responses to the questions that the committee had in advance of the board meeting, and we apologize for that. And so what we've done is we have gone back. We sent the complete LCAP to the committees, and then we sent responses to their questions and their input. And then we asked for any additional questions or feedback. And then we added those to our responses and sent an additional response back to the committees. And then we are here tonight. In addition, there were some questions brought up by community members regarding quorum at the LCAP committee. And so we did go back and verify that that there was quorum at the LCAP committee meeting. So those are the corrective measures that we've taken.
Okay, Ms. Gutierrez, can you bring the public speakers?
Yes, thank you. Our first speaker for this item is going to be Carrie New.
Good evening, everybody. Hope you're going to have a very fruitful meeting today, self-evaluating the board. But before that, let's talk about the LCAP. It's great that there's a cure and correct here, but what really bothers me is the inactivity of the board. You know, community members spoke up. One member spoke up who was part of the LCAP committee, saying to the board, this isn't going well. And if we've seen last meeting, it was pretty clear, at least to me, that not everything went according to the proper process. And for board members then to say, that's okay, we're going to prove it anyway. Who cares? We're at 80% is good enough. That's not good. As a board member, why do you compromise yourself for that? You know, I can understand that board members disagree on political issues and stuff like that. That's totally understandable. But when it comes to matters of, is a process done correctly? And if it's evident that it's not done correctly, to compromise yourself and say, I'm going to approve anyway, that is baffling to me. You know, why would you ever want to do that? You know, people look at an organization and they want to have trust in an organization, and it starts at the top. It starts with the board. Impeccable behavior, impeccable quality, impeccable moral attitudes, principles that should not be violated. And one of those things is if you knowingly know something is not right, you just don't approve something. And I hope that board members self-reflect and find out, why did they approve? Is it to appease to people, to be nice to people, or just get away from dealing with things? It's just really bad. The fact that only one member approved this is a very sad state of the situation. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Yes, our next speaker is Cindy Parks.
Good evening. On June 3rd, you heard from two members of the 2021-22 LCAP Advisory Committee. Both individuals mentioned certain processes which were not followed. Flash forward to the June 17 meeting, where I read the processes listed in the Education Code which were not followed. The most notable process was neither the LCAP Advisory Committee nor the DLAC Committee receiving and reviewing the LCAP. Each committee only received a 5-page summary. Even with all the information provided, the board approved the plan. Member Hill was the only dissenting vote. Thank you, Member Hill. Needless to say, I was not surprised by the vote to approve the plan, which is why I had a uniform complaint ready to submit to the district. I emailed it to Kathleen Waters, your compliance officer, and copied Dr. Triplett as soon as the vote was cast. Was that the reason for Dr. Triplett's apology to the board and the community later that meeting, saying he misspoke about the PAC committee getting the plan the Friday following the last meeting? I'm sure Ms. Martinez can confirm during her tenure on the advisory committee, the members received the plan in an advisory meeting, not by email after the meetings have concluded. On Monday, June 21st, the LCAP committee received a copy of the plan and questions with answers generated prior to seeing the plan. I do not know whether the DLAC committee ever received the plan and was afforded the opportunity to submit questions. While I am sure the district feels the board's vote on the plan and budget this evening is a cure correct for the situation, it is not a remedy for all of the other processes that were ignored. Board members, please do your due diligence and hold the superintendent accountable for following Ed Code requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, President Zhang. The next speaker is Sherry Villa. However, they don't seem to be logged on. So at this point, that is all for the public speakers on this item.
Okay, thank you. Bringing back to the board. Any discussion from the board? Member Hill?
Yeah, so I have a question here. So I'm not an expert, but are we violating the protocols related to open meetings right now? I mean, because first of all, I don't understand why we're holding this at 4 p.m. when a lot of the, of our constituents are probably still at work. But secondly, why did we accelerate the closed session and then start the open session early? Because if there's members of the public that are interested in hearing and participating, how are they going to know when to come in? And so this person, Sherry Villa, is she not here because she didn't know that we started down this agenda item? I mean, I'm a little bit confused about this process.
Ms. Gutierrez, if you want to
I
respond.
can chime in on this. The agenda does state that the meeting will start at 4 p.m. and it does state that open session and closed session. So all the community has been made aware that this meeting will be starting at 4 p.m.
Member Martinez? Yeah.
Yep, thank you, Member Zhang. Superintendent, yes, at the towards the end of the meeting yesterday, I think, at least I'll speak for myself. I think we made some questions about process, and unfortunately, that's not what was stated, was not what actually happened. In particular, with the item around answering questions that the advisory committee had. I think that was probably the most concerning to me after the fact. Just with regards to this remedy, have you confirmed with Alameda County, with everybody, that here is the process and we've now met those hurdles? We know this is messy. We'll talk about how we do this better next time, but at least in terms of, have we met the hurdles that we need to make sure that the community advisory group actually has the information that they need?
Yes, thank you, Member Martinez. That's correct. We consulted both with legal counsel as well as the county itself to make sure that we were fulfilling all of the procedural requirements and being in compliance. And so that's what we did, and that's what we're bringing forth to you now.
Okay, just a follow-up question, if I may, or more of a request. I think nobody feels good about the way this process was handled. And so I would like to request that early on in one of the early meetings, that there should be some mitigation factors or plan that is generated by your staff, yourself, superintendent, that that really states to or speaks to how we will avoid this from happening again, or prevent this from happening again. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, Member Martinez, thank you for that. I have been very disappointed in us as a district, and I definitely apologize on behalf of all of us with regard to not completing all of the compliance measures. Very disappointing. Part of our conversation with the county was to begin conversations around how next year we're really going to need to make sure that we are having more hands-on support from them in order to make sure that from the get-go, we have a clear plan that is not only compliant, but also really best practice around how we're engaging community, stakeholders, and also, of course, staff and families in a really authentic and excellent LCAP process. We obviously there were some challenges in all districts this year because of the online situation, Zoom, but it's really no excuse for us not making sure that we've fully been compliant with the procedure.
Member Grundel?
Yes, I wanted to reiterate Member Martinez's points, and also I want to support the superintendent's sort of idea of going forward to not just meet the procedural requirements, but to really do what is best practice in terms of getting input into this process. So I appreciate the making sure the procedures are done in this case, but going forward to maybe go above and beyond to make sure we're following best practices. So thank you.
Just want to chime in a little bit about the timing of this meeting. So I was initially told that our consultant was billed from 5 to 9 p.m. and we also have closed session items. So by convention, closed session starts the meeting. So I called the meeting at 4 p.m. That's the reason this meeting starts at 4 p.m. And that because we do have a couple of items before the 5 p.m. cutoff where the consultant is being billed. If we couldn't finish the regular items, then the consultant will start at 5 p.m. And after 9 p.m., the self-evaluation is done. We'll be dealing with the remaining issues. Any other discussion from the board? Member Hill?
Yeah, I just want to, going back to the LCAP, I just want to echo Member Martinez and Member Grindel's viewpoint that, yeah, obviously there were mistakes that were made. It sounds like we've made an effort to rectify and resolve those. And so, I think that's good. But I think, and as Dr. Triplett is saying, I think that we need to really commit to having, creating a best practice, great best practices, incorporating them. And I would suggest that we don't limit this just to guidance from the county, but that we maybe look at other districts that are recognized for doing this really well and seeing what they do and trying to incorporate that into our practice. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I move that we approve the LCAP plan for the new year.
I apologize, President Zhang, if you just take a minute. I believe our speaker has just joined. I believe same
Okay.
situation as before. That might be their daughter's computer.
Okay,
Okay, so 1 second. Mr. Rose, if you can please let Bill YT in, please. Sherry? Hello, Sherry, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. First, thank you for letting me speak. Just a reminder, my name is Sherry Villa. I'm the Elementary Executive Director for our NTA. And I'd like to commend and thank you for your decision to review the procedures that go into the development of the LCAP. I'm not going to bring up again, what wasn't followed and what was followed, or I've already spoken on that at the previous meetings. So with that, NTA is requesting proof with information and dates of the information that was shared with the LCAP Advisory Committee. The dates that the steps were followed. NTA would like that information, and if we are prepared to go in the direction of next steps of filing with county and ultimately the CDE, because once again, this process was not followed as spelled out in Ed Code. Thank you again for letting me speak.
thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I apologize, President Zhang, you may make the motion.
Yeah. May I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Member Martinez. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grundel? Member Gundel,
Yes.
Member Hill,
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Moving on to the resolution 6.2 to approve our budget. That's Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Jun, and thank you, Board. I'll turn it over to Ms. Dela Cruz, but I believe we don't have a great deal to repeat in this area.
Okay. Then I guess just like last time we mentioned about, in the summer, we'll let the APEX class continue, but with the understanding that at the beginning of the new school year, APEX will be temporarily suspended until the board has a detailed look into the APEX class. With that, I will make the motion to approve the budget for the new year with the understanding on the impact of the APEX class.
I'll
Can I
second.
get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member
Second.
Gundel. Seconded by Member Gundel. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Gundel.
Yes.
Member Hill.
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Moving on to 7.1 personnel report, Superintendent Triplett. Actually, we have the reason I mentioned this is we do have a public speakers. Let's bring in the public speaker first.
That is correct, President Long. Our speaker for this item is Carrie New.
Good evening again. Yes, the PAL. This has been going on for about 2 years. If you ask any person that wants to go on the board, they all have their mouth full of transparency. We need to be transparent. Our current board is not transparent, but don't worry. When I get on that board, I'm going to be transparent. Well, here we have an example where every single board member is completely silent. It seems that we're the only district in Alameda County that on its PAL has IDs. And this is not the first time. This has been going on for 2 years. And, answers like, well, the lawyer told us, I'm sure if you go to the lawyer and say, can we get away with something? That is going to say, you probably can get away with it. But that's not transparency. That's not transparency at all. And why doesn't any single board member speak up and say, how is it that we're the only district in Alameda County that has employee IDs on their PAL? Is it that we know everything so much better? And again, I can understand that there's exceptions. If there is a case that's under litigation or potential litigation, there may be an exception where you would want to put an ID there. But in general, it's totally unnecessary. So, I'm worried that this district is trying the maximum to hide information and using money for legal services to basically ask if they can get away with it. And again, it's just baffling to me that no single board member, when they, before they go on the board, they have their mouth full of transparency, does not even want to bring it up. So, again, I really think this needs to change. And here's my concern. I hope that board members don't get some sort of a shadow PAL where the actual names are, because that would be a clear violation of open meetings law. If the board gets different information, a different PAL than the PAL they publish in the public meetings. But the district being so protective about information, one truly wonders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to the superintendent.
Thank you, President Chun. Yeah, this is a standard PAL report, so I believe it's in the consent agenda. If the members have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Seeing no questions, can I get a motion to approve the PAL, the personnel report?
I move to approve.
Motion made by
second.
Member Nguyen, seconded by Member Martinez. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Gundel,
Yes.
Member Hill,
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. 8.1, also consent calendar, non-personnel items. We do have a public speaker. Oh no, we actually don't. So we have a presenter. Any board member have any questions for our presenter on this special act contract?
Sorry if I may interrupt. Dr. Hamilton is here in case questions are presented. However, Dr. Triplett, I believe no presentation, correct?
No presentation.
Yeah, I misspoke. We have an expert on this subject matter. Seeing no questions, may I get a motion to approve the special act contract?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion made by member Nguyen,
I'll second.
seconded by member Gundel. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Gundel,
Yes.
member Hill,
Yes.
member Nguyen.
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Okay, we have board evaluation, 10 minutes before the timeline, but we do have public speakers on this, so. Ms. Gutierrez, please bring the public speakers.
Yes. The first speaker, we have 2 speakers on this. The first speaker is Carrie New.
Well, hello again. Running the risk of going on a complete tangent with what actually a self-evaluation is. The self-evaluation is not a pride and praise show, patting each other on the back, calling each other, wonderful, and yeah, we need to be more like a team. I think self-evaluation is like, how did you do? And let's take a look at 3 categories. I have a transparency category. I have a enabling public participation category. And I have a category that what I call the legal and moral gatekeeper. Let's start with the legal and moral gatekeeper. You are at the top of this organization. If you wing it, if you make motions and approve motions while you know things are 70, 80%, they're not done correctly, but you want to be quote unquote nice or whatever motivation you have, you are discrediting this organization. Because if you wing it, don't expect people lower in the organization not to wing it. The buck stops with the board. And winging seems to be something that is just happening. LCAP be an example. We can talk about monthly contracts that's supposed to be in the report that are not in the report. And again, mistakes can happen, but I expect board members to speak up and say, hey, wait a second, this is not happening. Advocating for transparency, absolutely missing. The school closure process, I'm not talking about the outcome, but the process was just awful and, really bad. Toxic relationship with labor. We have now both of our labor organizations being very unhappy. Yes, you as a board are responsible for that. Transparency. Well, we all know that this district wants to do the minimum for a Brown Act. If an agenda has to be posted 72 hours before, you can guarantee it's going to be there at least 72 hours and 10 seconds. It will never be like 3 days before if the room is there. Never. Asking lawyers. Are you guys asking lawyers, can we get away not providing this information to the public? Remember, the Brown Act is a floor. It's not a ceiling. It's the minimum you need to do to be transparent. And yes, the Brown Act is a law. It's not a guideline. Public participation. Well, we've all seen the school closure process, how bad that was. Board members forcing themselves on that committee as a chair and co-chair while the committee members didn't want to. Committee members requesting agendized items being ignored completely. Even the public speaking time, try to minimize that. Or just in general terms, making it harder for public speakers by having extra rules for speaker cards. Or
Mr.
even,
Lu, can you wrap it up?
yes, or even having, sorry, I got a little bit, okay, am I over my time?
Yes.
Okay, well, let me give other people the opportunity. So I hope you guys talk about that rather than this becoming a Pride and Praise show. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nu. Next speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cindy Parks.
Good evening. I hope at some point this evening through your efficiency or your effective governance board self-evaluation workshop, you discuss the lack of proper oversight of your board policies. The governing board has established a relationship with CSBA and receives quarterly reports which contain recommended and legislative changes. Currently, Gamut is the online service provider for those policies. BB 9310 board policy states the governing board shall adopt written policies to convey its expectations for action that will be taken in the district, clarifying roles and responsibilities of the board and superintendent, and communicate board philosophy and positions to the students, staff, parents, guardians, and community. Board policies are binding on the district to the extent that they do not conflict with federal or state law and are consistent with the district's collective bargaining agreements. The board recognizes the importance of maintaining a policy manual that is up to date and reflects the mandates of law. Policies shall be regularly reviewed at a time allocated for this purpose on the agenda of the public board meetings. The board is to review certain policies annually as required by law. Each year, this board does regularly approve, but not review the policies at their December meetings. When was the last time you voted to approve a policy change and looked at Gamut to make sure that the update was posted? I would venture to say none of you have done so because you don't think you need to follow up. I can't tell you how many policy changes have been approved and not updated to Gamut. Again, let me remind you, these policies are your expectations for action. This is not the first time I've addressed the board concerning the CSBA be brought in to audit all of the policies and provide necessary updates. And now they would need to issue or check on the board approved changes that need to be uploaded to Gamut. Let me name a few updated policies that need to be a few updated policies that need to be uploaded. Grading evaluation of student achievement policy that was changed in 3 of 19. The uniform complaint policy was updated in 7 of 20. Promotion acceleration retention policy was updated in 4 of 18. And there's many, many more. I wish I had time to address the transparency, but I just didn't want to even deal with that tonight. But I agree with Mr. Knoop in the fact that it's spoken about, but it's not adhered to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, I believe that's all the speakers, right? With that, I will bring back to the board. Can we, I think right now it's 4:57. Do we need to strictly follow the 5 p.m. rule or?
No, so Miss Angelina is here and she's available. If you guys need 2-minute break, if you want to, that's completely fine. Otherwise, we're ready.
Okay, let's have a bio break and we'll be back at 5 p.m.
Okay, so 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pride. And I think everybody will slowly be coming in.
No worries.
We're waiting for 2 more members to come back.
Okay, thank you. And Trustee Zhang, I thought about you yesterday. I was over on Paso Real.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah, I lived within the Paso Real has another small street, small block called Bolanos. That's where I used
Right.
to live. Yeah, I live on the street Bolanos Avenue. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why it's within walking distance to the district office, Roland Unified.
Very, very short walking distance.
Yeah. Okay. I believe every member is back. We can begin.
Okay, you want me to just take the floor and get started?
Yeah, let's first introduce yourself and then take the floor. Let's begin.
All right. Okay. So good evening, everybody. I'm Angelina Pride, and I'm a consultant with the California School Board Association. And before we go any further, I need to know how you prefer to be addressed. Do you prefer to be addressed as trustee in your last name, or are you okay with first names? It's up to you, whatever you prefer.
I go by first name generally.
Okay. So everyone's okay with that? I do the same. I also go by first name. So thank you. We'll do that. So first of all, I want to thank each of you for being here tonight. You know, as a former school board member myself, I understand the balancing act that takes place between family, work, and your position on the board. But your presence here tonight shows your commitment to your position and your desire to be the best trustee and have the best governance team that you possibly can. So thank you all for being here tonight. Now, some of you know a little bit about me, but for those of you who don't, just a really quick intro. So I was a member of the Roland Unified School District Board located in the suburbs of LA County for a little over 7 years. And unfortunately, I had to step down a few months ago due to a conflict of interest with my job. It was a very sad day for me, lots of tears. But by day, I'm a director of off-campus high school programs at a community college, and I work with Roland Unified School District. So that's why I had to step down. And even though I'm not on the board anymore, I remain active in the district and in our community, as well as with the Los Angeles County School Trustee Association. I'm still a part of that organization, so I can stay connected to all things school board. So for CSBA, I'm a consultant for trainings like these with districts. And I also work as a facilitator for orientation for new trustees and some of the MIG courses. So if any of you go through those, there's a chance that you may see me at one of them. So now with that, I want to take a moment to hear from you. And I've had the opportunity to speak with most of you and learn a little bit about you, but I want to take a little different approach. Now that we're going into the post-COVID school year, I want to know from each of you, what are you most excited about with this new school year coming up and returning to normalcy, I'll say it. I want to know what you're looking forward to the most. So I'm going to start with our superintendent. So Mark, would you want to go first, please?
Sure. Thank you, Angelina. I'm looking forward to being with students again. It's really hard being on Zoom, and you know, you get some interaction with them, but it's just not the same. And in the spring, when we did have a chance to go back to some level of in-person learning, it was so wonderful to see the students in school. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Great, thank you. And let's see, I'm just going to go now in order of how you appear on my screen, that which would make Terrence. You're next.
Looking forward to seeing the children back in school. It's just a lot more energy. much better for their social and emotional health. So I'm just really excited to see that. In addition, when it comes to the board, I'm looking forward to being in a regular meeting location where we can interact with the public. It's been a challenge. We've done the best we could, but I'm looking forward to being back to a normal public meeting process.
And now some of you who are just elected, you haven't had a regular board meeting, have you?
That's correct.
Wow. It's crazy when you think about that. Okay. Now, is it Elisa or Eliza?
Elisa.
Elisa. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're next.
Sure. So I think everyone, just the noise, the kids talking, smiling, laughing, that is just kind of, that'll define normal, I think, for me, for the most part. Regular meetings, I think, where we're kind of all in one room, I think that makes a lot of difference in terms of how we engage. I think with the business of the board, I think I'm most excited about the fact that we're beginning to actually speak about academic achievement. We've been in the land of finances for so long. Well, since I'm the most senior member with 2.5 years. So for as long as I've been here, our main topic of discussion has been finances. And the team has done a really good job at getting us to a place where we can now start to shift focus to academic achievement. So I'm really excited about that.
Great, thank you. And you're not the only district who's been in that place with the finances for a while. So just know that that's not uncommon. And let's see, Aiden, you're next.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Angelina.
You too.
So I had a whole career in business, but I actually recently made a career change. And so I am a certificated teacher in social studies. I teach in a different district. But I lived through remote instruction, and it was very difficult. And I don't think it's effective. And so I'm really excited for the school where I work for us to be back in person. And I'm really excited for our schools in Newark to be back in person. I think it is important. I think that there's a lot that's missing when we just do remote instruction. So I'm excited about that. And I'm excited about, us charting a plan to, become top district in the state and hopefully the nation.
Great. What grade are you teaching right now?
I'm in the high school level. So I teach freshmen through seniors.
Yeah. As I told you, I'm the director of off-campus high school at a community college, and I work with 36 different high schools running credit recovery and enrichment classes. And so I've seen firsthand what the teachers, all of you had to do this past year while you were on Zoom and trying to keep it interesting and vibrant and effective and keep the students engaged. And that is not easy every day. So it's hard enough when you do it just in a meeting. So what you guys did every day, my hat is off to you. And I'm glad you're going to be back in person. And so Fun, you're next.
Oh, most of our board members had already covered it. I'm really excited for next year so that we can really start on creating new academic programs for our students. We have been, like Member Martinez mentioned, that we have been stuck in trying to manage all the finances for the district the last couple of years. And I think I'm just so looking forward to restructuring and improving our district academically for our students. And I'm most excited about that. And then also, of course, for the students to be back in person, the excitement that brings, and can't wait to see the joy in their faces to reconnect with their peers and with their teachers and all the staff in the district. And then, of course, yes, looking forward for our new members to be able to have their first board meeting all together with all of us in a public setting with our community. So I'm definitely looking forward to all those three things.
I think that so many of us took for granted the time that we spent together as a board before and after the meetings. and you take that away and just log into a computer, and it really changes things. You don't get that full connection. So I'm excited that the boards are starting to meet in person again, and that they're going to be able to establish those personal relationships as well, because those also strengthen the governance team. So, and then we have our president, Bowen.
Yeah, so obviously, I want to echo the previous two board members who have served with me for more than 2 years, or roughly 2 years on the board. That in the first 2 years, we've been dealing with a lot of budget and finance related things. It looks like every meeting is about making difficult financial decisions, and including closing 2 elementary schools at the end of last year. And hopefully we're turning the page and this year, and so far our budget does look brighter and brighter. So we will be shifting our attention to academic achievement and academic performance. So that's really what we think is the most rewarding part of being a board member. Speaking of coming back to this post-COVID world, that when we're back to normal or back to the new normal, what I'm looking for is that we can finally start visiting schools again.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So I think you're all on the same page, and it looks like everyone's already refocusing on the post-COVID return to school. So I'm excited for you guys, and I know that it's going to be great for your students, for the parents, the community, and everyone involved to be back on campus 100%. So with that, I'm going to move on. I'm going to talk just a little bit about the board self-evaluation process. So, just as you guys evaluate your superintendent, it's important to take a step back and evaluate yourselves as well, and your performance as a board member. And the board self-evaluation process, we call it a BSC, that CSEBA developed, it works to help boards do just that. So by looking at the areas or topics where something is a strength for all of or most of the members, and then looking at the areas where there's few or most of the members think that, hey, this is a place where we need some growth. We need to take some action here. Now, you guys are a new board, and you're a young board, speaking in terms of service. And so what I hope for you is that this BSE will be a tool that you can use for improvement, planning, and reflection. And I also want to say that this workshop is yours. It is not mine. It is not CSBA's. It's yours. I'm here to guide and facilitate and help you get through the process of looking at this board self-evaluation, but I want you to get the most out of this. So I encourage your participation, your conversations, your engagement with one another, as much as we can engage on Zoom, but I want to make sure that everyone benefits from this process. And one thing I will share with you is that the board in my previous district where I sat on the board, we used this for the first time about 6 years ago, I'm sorry. So I have been on the board for over a year when we did this tool for the first time. And we got a lot out of it. And so we went back, and every year about the same time each year, we would do the board self-evaluation again. And it was so nice to be able to look at the previous year's evaluation and compare it to the current year's and see, did we make progress? Are those things that were red, have they moved? Are they now yellow? Are they now blue? And then to look at the things that were green, which are the positives, and say, are we still green? And if it went out of green and it slipped down, why did it slip down? And what do we need to do to get it back into the green? So it's a tool that's not just beneficial for you today, but it'll be beneficial for you in years to come as you reflect back on it. We would pull all of them out from previous years. So our last one, we had 5 years to go back to look at when we did our last board self-evaluation before I left the board. So I'm hoping that you guys will be able to do the same. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. Now, I prefer to see everybody's face on the cameras. So I don't really like to share screen a lot because then I can't see you. So if you guys are okay, does everyone have the board self-evaluation up on their computer? Do you have it where you can see it, or you have a printed copy? Is there anyone who doesn't? thumbs up if everybody has a copy that they can see. Let's see, I see Elisa and Aiden. Do you guys are looking for a copy? Elisa, you have one. Aiden, do you have your copy?
Is this what, Lucia, is this what you sent us, this PDF? Okay, yeah, I have it.
Okay, great. So then let's go ahead and get started. So how I like to do this is the first thing I like to do is start with the green. Why? Because that's the best. So you'll see on your board self-evaluation, we have 4 colors, and depending on your printer, one of the colors may be yellow or orange. The first color is green. Greens mean you guys are hitting the target there. You're doing a great job. You know, everybody's on board with that. We're good. Blue means you're doing well. There may be a few things you can do to do better, adjust to do better, but you're doing well. Then there's the yellow or the orange, depending upon your printer. And that one says, okay, we're going to wave a little flag here because this is one that we need to start to pay attention to because we're not doing so well. We're starting to slip. And then, of course, the red is the alarm. That's the one that we really need to take some time to talk about and say, okay, why is this red and how can we move this on? So we're going to start with the greens because those are the easiest to get through. And I like to make sure that we have enough time to talk about the reds and the yellows / oranges as we move forward. Okay. So looking at the greens that you guys have, number 8, you know, where we talk about the board members follow board agreements regarding speaking for the board. And we won't go through all of these. I kind of highlighted them based upon the numbers and the results of the self-evaluation. So when we look at board members following agreements regarding speaking for the board, we're talking about, do you guys have a consistency where there's one clear message to the community, to the stakeholders, you guys speak in one accord? And this was a green, which is huge. And that says a lot about your board. Can anybody give me some examples as to how this is a green or why you think this is a green and how you guys work to make it a green? What consensus do you guys come to? What protocols do you follow to keep it in green?
I would like to start. I think that for the most part, especially when it comes to final decisions, whether or not we may have disagreements or not, or we are not on, all of us are not on the same page, we do value the fact that the decision is made and that it is final and that we do hold that moving forward.
One of the things, the terms that you'll hear me use and you'll hear anybody from CSBA use all the time is that the board should be unified but not uniform. That means that you guys, once you make a decision, you get on board with it. But you guys may have had a big knockdown, drag out discussion about it prior to coming to that decision. But that doesn't impact the fact that you respect the vote, you respect the majority, and you go with it and you work hard to make sure that whatever you voted on happens. And that's key. And that's what number 8 shows, that you guys basically saying you guys are a unified board, but you're not uniform. You may have different opinions, you may have disagreements, but you respect the process and you respect the decision. Any other comments on that one? Okay. So we'll go then over to number 10, which is the board gives direction to the superintendent only at a board meeting. Now, this one is huge because if you have members that start to go rogue and think that they're the only person that the superintendent takes direction from, you're going to have a lot of problems, not only in your district, but especially on your governance team. So if you guys have, how many of you have looked at your governance handbook? You have? So one thing I did notice is that it is a little outdated. It's from 2017. So that's something that you guys may think about looking at next for your board development workshops, is to update your governance handbook. And now would actually be a good time to do it because you have new members, you have a new superintendent. So that's a good time to revisit that. But in your governance handbook on page 8,
just to let you know, sorry, we actually just did that. So maybe we just have to make sure that the most
okay.
is available.
Yeah, I went from the one online. Okay,
We'll
thank
get
you.
that updated.
Thank you. Okay, great news then. When did you last update?
Well, it was a couple months back.
Okay, good. That's fantastic. I am so glad to hear that. So you can check that one off the list. So in the previous handbook on page 8 of the governance handbook, you guys talked about the importance of providing direction for the superintendent and how it should take place. Is there anybody who feels like that's something that's not always followed? I know it's green with a 3 saying almost always and 2 saying often. Are there any concerns or red flags in that area?
Which one again?
For number for number 10, for the board gives direction to the superintendent only at board meetings.
All right, well, we don't know what happens in private conversations, but I don't see any evidence of the superintendent being directed individually.
Okay. And so I'm going to put our superintendent on the spot here. Mark, would you agree with this being a green?
Yes, I appreciate that greatly.
Awesome. Then that one is great. We won't beat a dead horse. All of you understand that you all have one employee who's the superintendent, and they take direction from you as a group, not as an individual. So that's important, and always keep that in mind. Like I said, I've worked with some boards where that is not the case, and there was a lot of chaos and confusion going on. So I'm glad that that one is one of your positives. So then moving on to number 12.
If I may, I just wanted to share, that was one of the, it didn't take me too long, but it was, it's a hard habit to break. Because we do have access to superintendent and we speak to superintendents and even to Mark's predecessor. And sometimes you're in those discussions and one's passion comes through. And I think, the assumption is, hey, you heard me, you're going to go do it. Right. So anyway, for me, it was an adjustment to be reminded that the only place that action happens, that takes place, is at the dais. So anyway, but I think we do well on that front.
I know that during my conversations with some of you prior to this workshop, I had a conversation with a couple of you, and we all talked about how it is sometimes hard to leave our, daytime job out of our school board member position, because we come in and we have this information and this knowledge and this know-how, and we want to immediately apply it. So we come in with all these great ideas and we're ready to have the superintendent take them and start running, but we have to take a step back and remember that we hired this person for a reason. We hired them for their skills, their abilities, their leaderships. So that's what we have to trust them to do. And then we have to talk about it as any issue as a group, and then provide the direction as a group. Any other comments on that one? So then let's go to number 12, where the board treats the superintendent with respect. Remember, as trustees, how you all treat your superintendent and how you all treat each other. It sets a tone. The people are watching you, the community and the stakeholders are watching you, and your actions on the dais and in public and on social media, all of that will impact how they view you as a board and as a governance team. So you have to make sure that you're always showing respect to the superintendent and, as I said, to one another. Any concerns, questions, comments on this one? Great. Everybody's good with that one, and that's important. And then, so let's look at number 41. So in number 41, the board regularly monitors the fiscal health of the district. I think that we've heard a lot about this in my one-on-one conversations and even here tonight, where several of you have said that you have spent so much time focusing on the fiscal health of the district and having to make some really tough decisions to get your district in a good financial place. To see that you guys are all in agreement on this and that you guys are already excited about the fiscal position of your district right now is just fantastic. You guys have had a long journey, and you obviously are the team that made it happen. So kudos to each one of you for making those tough decisions. I know that firsthand that it is not easy, and nobody is ever going to agree with you 100% when you have to make those tough decisions. But the fiscal stability of your district is important. And the fact that you guys were willing to do that to maintain the fiscal stability of your district says a lot. So good job on that. Any further comments about what you guys had to go through to get to this green here?
It was tough. I think the toughest was school consolidation for sure. I know that, our decisions shouldn't be driven by emotions or anything like that, but going through the process, it was an emotional process, I think for the community and also for us in terms of having to make this final decision, meaning that we're going to be losing two school sites and the impact that is going to, make on our community, emotionally, physically, everything like that. And I think it took its toll. And I think the process, not everyone was in agreement with the process and how we conducted it. But at the end of the day, I was really proud of the what came forth for the vote and our conclusion on it. So the agony of it was worth it, because now we can move forward and work on academics programs and making changes there where we desperately would like to work on, instead of having to constantly having this financial issue in our rear view mirror. So we can definitely move forward and do that.
Thank you for those comments. Understand that so many districts in the state of California are currently in declining enrollment for various reasons. So these fiscal decisions that your district just went through, and especially with the, consolidating the schools, is not one that is out of the norm these last 2 years, especially. We've seen a record number of school closures. So it's a tough decision, as you stated. It's hard, but it's one that has to be done in order to be able to move forward and, again, keep the fiscal health of your district. So I'm glad that you guys are over that hump and that now you can move forward and focus on the academics and the other links to student success. So the last green that I'd like to address is number 47. And that one is the board celebrates district accomplishments. How do you guys celebrate when you do something that's, like with this, I'm getting a positive certification. I know you guys couldn't get together, but were you excited? Did you guys just breathe a sigh of relief that it happened? I know it's hard to be, truly happy because of the hard decisions that you had to make to get there. But hopefully you guys took a minute to say, it was like you just said, Fung, it was hard, but we did it. It's okay to pat yourselves on the back when you've done something positive, even if the response to it wasn't always received that way. But what had to be done. So hopefully you guys can do that. And then as you move forward with your focus with academics, I hope that there will be lots and lots of celebrations coming up in this next year where you will see your students progressing, your programs and services for your students progressing, and you'll be able to move forward and cheer them on and cheer yourselves on for making it happen. Are there any other greens that you guys would like to talk about or address or make comments on before we move on? Oh, okay. So next, then we're going to go to the tough ones. We're going to go to the reds. And I like to jump into these early because in my experience, these sometimes take a lot of hard work and a lot of discussion about how to move forward and how to get those out of red. And one thing I want you to keep in mind, though, as we look at the reds, not to use COVID as an excuse or the pandemic as an excuse, but some of these can be linked to some of the related to the pandemic, just because of the situations that we found ourselves in. And with you being a new board and just not even having sat in the same room together where you were able to take a few minutes to socialize before a meeting. Those things, like I said, are important. So keep that in mind as we go through some of these, and don't think, oh, this is horrible. We have all these reds that we need to talk about or work on. A lot of them are going to be due to you being a new board, you guys learning what it's like to be part of a governance team, to be a school board member. And so we'll address some of those today. So let's start with number 34. The board effectively orientates new board members. So we have some new board members. Do you guys want to share about your orientation experience?
Well, it's really a COVID situation. So, I mean, I almost marked not sure on this one, just because, I have to say the orientation was maybe as good as could be expected. So I'm not, in my opinion, it's not like, I think it'll take care of itself, if it weren't for the COVID situation.
Any of our other new members want to chime in on that?
Yeah, I'd echo. So we're going by first names, right?
Yes.
So I'd echo Terry. I don't see any issues with orientation of board members other than, yeah, we haven't been physically present. But yeah, I mean, I don't see any issues. Obviously, we've got to go through training, but that's something that just takes time, but I don't see any major issues.
Okay. So one of my questions with the orientation of new board members, because that is an important process. I'm sorry, Lisa, did you want to say something on this one?
Yes, because I think we could all speak to it, given again that the most senior person has 2.5 years. So we've all gone through a new member orientation. And I think, though, it's good to speak about kind of, what is a good model to follow. I think Bowen and I, for example, came on at the same time. And so, kind of got the binder, if you will, with a bunch of the must-haves. And then, but training was available almost immediately, right? So new member training. So off we went. Lucia was at the time. We all went to San Diego within a couple months at the most. Weeks. I think that was the earliest when we can get on, just from when we got on the board. So, and then immediately, okay, what's up? When is MIG? So I think because we were so new, we realized we didn't have those senior folks that we were going to be learning from. I think at that point, maybe it was now one. And so, we knew we had to just get on there. So from an orientation of new members, I think hopefully after this COVID situation, we can get especially our newest members. Fung, have you been to a new member training? You went to MIG, but I didn't know if you had gone to new member training,
No, I kind of skipped over that. And I think that's why I put a 2 on this part. Because I think that we don't have a proper process on how to onboard new members in terms of giving the rundown of what is expected of board members and and whether or not how we can communicate with each other prior to MIG training, right? Or prior to reading the Brown Act pamphlets or printouts, and also prior to reading the governance handbook. So all of those things, I think we should have a formal orientation packet where it says, hey, these are the steps, how you can introduce yourself to other board members, start by reading the governance handbook first, and then follow the steps, like a step-by-step guideline as to, what your first meeting is going to be like. I kind of just got thrown in there because I was an appointed, I was in an appointed position. So for me, that's what I was thinking more of the lines. And then, and if there was new member training, that would have been great to have known. But again, I got skipped over that and just went into MIG training. So, which was fine too. But a lot of it is, I did learn a lot of it on the fly, and with help from members who did reach out to me, and which I appreciated, because I wouldn't have, I think when you first get on the board, I don't know what all of our comfort level is in terms of, like, even in this situation, COVID, it took me several weeks to reach out to our new members, to Terrence and to Aiden. And I wish I had done it sooner, but because of everything else that was going on, school consolidation, and prior to my first conversation with our new members, I did tell them, I just needed a few weeks to settle in down after elections and everything like that, because Bowen and I also had to run a campaign. So I think that was really hard. And then I didn't know if our new members had any expectations of us reaching out. So I think that internally, our process, we need to develop that and then make that a regular best practice moving forward for new members.
Question: when it's time for elections in your district, does your district have, in the past, I don't know, you guys might know as community members or stakeholders, but has the district ever, prior to election time, and seats were open, had any type of orientation just to say, what is it like to be a board member? Have they ever done anything like that?
Well, when the position was for an appointed position, when we submitted our application, the previous superintendent did reach out and welcomed us to come in and have a chat, to see, or to kind of like let us know what our job function would be, and what being on the board entailed. I mean, but it's just a high level overview.
Right.
It's not like you wouldn't know. Like, I mean, I definitely came in with little bit of blinders, and then I was like, woo, a lot of stuff opened up, and realized that I got myself into a bigger situation than I thought I was going into.
I think we all found that. Yeah, but I think to your question that, I actually, for those of us who ran, at least, I think when I ran, there was also an offer of from the superintendent, hey, you're welcome to come meet with me if you have some questions, but there's not like, hey, here's a program, a 30-minute program, everyone's welcome to listen to this. That's not something we've done.
So then let me ask you another question. Based upon number 34, being in the red, what do you feel you can do as a board and governance team? And Mark, feel free to give input on this as well. What do all of you feel like needs to happen, or what do you need to do? When you redid your governance handbook, did you include anything in there about that? Because I know in the old one, you did have orientation for new members as one of your governance team protocols. Did you write that out in your new one?
That part didn't change, I don't believe. So I think there's something around making sure we hand off certain documents and that training is encouraged. We don't compel ourselves to be training. Maybe we should, but I think that's that part is still in there. Yeah.
Yes.
Great. So looking at this as a risk, what can we do to make sure that next year you do this board self-evaluation, that it's moved into a blue or a green?
Well,
But
since-
COVID needs to end. And then we can have, and then we can have in-person CSBA training that will help to help us grow.
Yeah.
Sorry to talk over you, Fong.
Oh, no, that's okay. I definitely agree that we could, since our governance handbook is, a living document, that we could specify or be more specific in terms of like how we would want to, have orientation for new members and include those steps in there. And that way, we follow the handbook and we make that happen, and that becomes a process in its own. Or we can have a separate process and follow the steps that way.
Now, Bowen, I'm going to put you on the spot. As board president, did you meet with your new board members?
I actually did physically met both of them at either right before they sworn into office or after they sworn into office. So the reason for that, that's sort of convenient because both of these two new board members live really close to me. So I knew one of the board members even before the election because we belong to the same one work organization in our city. So the organization did quite a bit of volunteer and scholarship thing for the students. Another board member, newly elected board member, Aiden, he lived pretty close to me. So there's this one day I happened to be taking a walk, afternoon walk, and I bumped into him in his neighborhood. So we have had a talk. Yeah, so I did meet them physically before they took office.
Great.
And I also
great.
believe I also have additional phone call with Terrence. Yeah.
That's great. That's good to hear. And then Mark, what about your process? I know you were new yourself.
Yeah. I was about 2 or 3 months in when the elections occurred, but I did meet with every candidate or offer to meet with every candidate that was running and did do that. And then met after the elections again on Zoom or in phone conversations. And then Ms. Gutierrez can add to this, but I know that the governance handbook and a lot of other information was shared with all the new board members. But one thing that I'd like to do moving forward is I did get some good suggestions from other superintendents and other districts around different ways that they welcome in new board members and orient them. And so definitely want to use some of those ideas moving forward.
Now, one thing that I would like for you all to do is think about, and I know it's hard for the newer ones, because as you said, Terrence, it was during COVID, so which made things a little bit, different than normal times. But think about things that you would have benefited from as a new trustee if somebody had told you or if somebody had explained it to you. Because if you look at it, when you guys are sworn in, one of the first actions you take in your board meeting is on a budget. It's one of the first actions you take. So having as much information in advance as possible is very beneficial. Aiden?
Yes, I had to step away. I am dog sitting and he needed to go potty. So I'm not sure if this point was already covered, but I think another thing that's sort of important to understand is, that there can be a perception that, board training is this one and done. But I don't think that, with any training, that's the way it is. And so I know that in my corporate career, I had to go through regular training every year. And even as a teacher, we're required every single year before we even start classes, we have to take sexual harassment training, no matter how many times we've done that. We need to take, a variety of different trainings. And I think that that's something that's really important for the board as a whole, for us all to be continually going through training and keeping, essentially, everything sharp and fresh.
You hit it right on the nose. And one of the other things to co-sign on what you just said, Aiden, is working in education, you're going to find that the laws and the policies and procedures that govern K through 12 education constantly change as well. Your bylaws, that's why it's important to keep your bylaws up to date. Looking at ed code, every time something new goes through Sacramento and things are changed, you need to know, as a board, about those changes, especially if they will have a direct impact on your district, your students, your teachers, your staff. You need to know those things. So absolutely, training needs to be ongoing. In how you get it, where you get it, just get it. It's important. It's a critical thing to self-development.
Yeah, and not just formal training, because I think too, we're talking about, or somebody said earlier, in terms of all the CSBA, because of the changes, there's policies, and then we're invited to a budget workshop. So there's just so many opportunities. So I think I refer to that as training too, for those of us who are going it for the first time, because when we're in a meeting, staff, they're the experts. They Marie can talk about the financial structures, the budgeting process that is very different than for us, those of us who worked in private industry. So any of those opportunities that we can, when we're invited to, that for me, that's been huge. Because if we waited for every CSBA training, they're not as often as we'd like them to, first and foremost. But I think that there are just a lot of other opportunities that we should, I try to seek out. We don't always have the time. It's a little hard, but I think those are very, very helpful.
And then keep in mind your county office of education. Down here in Southern California, we have the Los Angeles County Office of Education. And anytime they have a big training on any particular issue, they send out emails to the local school districts, and usually they're either low cost or no cost. And so I've had the opportunity to attend some great trainings and professional development through our County Office of Education. So you may want to check and see, is that something that your local Office of Education does? And if so, like you said, Elisa, take advantage of it. There's also several things that some of the private non-educational foundations and things like that they offer, especially if a hot topic comes up in education. You'll see all kinds of people throwing together workshops and trainings and information sessions. And I would go to a lot of those because I found that I would learn stuff before it hit our board for discussion. So I had some background on those topics already. So make sure you keep those things open. And working in education, you'll get things from, different sources and connections that you make through your job. And if they can, you can grab some information that'll help the board, share it. Take an extra copy of the handouts and have them make handouts and copies of the handouts and distribute them to the other board members. So share the information that you have. I do that frequently. So it's really important. And I'm glad that you all agree that that needs to be part of the orientation for new board members. Just real quickly to tell you guys how important that orientation for new trustees is when I got elected, there was one incumbent who was elected and myself and another lady were brand new. Our orientation was the superintendent telling us everything that we didn't need to know. Then they took us to the conference. And he says, here's your schedule of the workshops you're going to go to. And it wasn't until I went to the orientation for new trustees that I was like, hey, wait a minute, this isn't right. And that's how I got my knowledge of what I was supposed to be doing as a new board member, what I was in control of, what I had the right to request as information and to get more background from. So you want to make sure that you're knowledgeable. One other suggestion that I would make to all of you, and this may seem a little unorthodox to some of you, and you don't have to do this if you're up for re-election, but when you see people coming out to run for school board members, especially if you're not going to run again or it's not your term, and if this is not somebody you've maybe seen in your community, or maybe you don't think that they understand exactly what a school board member does, reach out and have a conversation. because I started doing that in our elections, and several people were like, yeah, that's not what I thought. We just went to like the back to school nights and cut ribbons. And I was like, no, you have to know this about the budget. You have to know this. You have to know this. You need to understand the LCAP. You need to do this. And we had some people who actually said, yeah, this is not what I want to do. That's not what I thought it was. So sometimes just adding clarification. And if you don't want to do it as an individual board member, maybe it's something that you, Mark, as a superintendent might just say, hey, candidates running, here's just an overview of what to expect as a board member. And let them know that it's more than just cutting ribbons and visiting schools, because it is so much more. And also time commitment. It's important that people understand the time commitment, because there's nothing worse than getting a new board member and they say, well, I can't do that. I don't have time. Well, I work full time. Well, I have kids, or I have this and I have that. They need to know this information in advance. So not just the orientation for new trustees, but maybe just an information session where the superintendent and the board president just have a Q&A just to explain what a board member does. Any other questions or comments on this one? Okay, and keep in mind that this one also ties in with number 3. And I know this number 3 is yellow, but the board plans for the development and training of the board. And this goes to what Aiden said about ongoing training. So number 33 and 34 tie together, and one was red, one was orange, yellow. So those two tie together. So that's areas where you're saying that this is something you guys are definitely going to be working on. Hopefully you won't have to in your next election. Hopefully some of you will, whoever's up for election, will get reelected and it'll be a moot point. But if you do have to bring in a new person, please make sure that you go back to this and you remember this and that you make the changes. Okay. Any other questions, comments on this one? Okay. So then let's go on to number 39. The board adopts clear and measurable indicators to assess district's performance. So I heard about this one in a couple of conversations with some of you. So tell me, right now, how have you been making decisions? What do you use to make your decisions? Anybody can answer. Including you, Mark. Lisa?
I mean, we use the data that's brought forth by staff. So, and again, there's the established, methods, I suppose, of measurement. So obviously the financials, the budget, and the interims in terms of how we're moving forward. On the academic front, I mean, they are macro metrics, I'll call them, right? Because they're obviously whether they're state testing or in current year where we're having to use other, we'll call assessment tests. But I mean, we're making decisions based on the data brought forth by staff.
Okay. Do you feel like it's enough data? Because this one is red. So obviously everyone feels like you guys aren't either doing this or you're not doing a good job at it. Or if there's something I'm missing here, please speak up and tell me maybe why you scored it. You don't have to say how you scored it, but maybe why you scored this one low.
Well, it's kind of a sore issue. There's a concern, and it's largely the COVID and the remote learning process, but there's a concern that the academic performance isn't tracking as well as it could, particularly issues of tracking grades as a performance indicator is a concern to myself and other board members.
Okay.
So speaking of the sort of the board history, so in the past 2.5 years, I believe sort of starting in summer 2020 was actually the first year the board actually established a sequence of goals for the new year for the superintendent, because the first year I was here, I don't think we did that. And the second year, we finally, the summer 2021, once we have this new superintendent, we start having goal-oriented thing. And because of COVID, that I would love that we have measurable metrics for our academic performance, but due to COVID, there's no dashboard testing either. So there's a lack of measurable goal that's been established. So hopefully come August, we'll be establishing goals for the new year. And then at that point, we can come out with some measurable metrics to evaluate how the district is fulfilling its mission.
Okay.
And Bowen raised a point that made me think. We evaluated the superintendent based on measures that were put in place before I was on the board.
Right.
So I would like to see those as we're moving forward with setting up new goals, as we're going to be doing soon. I'd like to see those goals be more specific and measurable.
Yes. And that's one of the things I was just going to say. Every decision you make should be, or close to every decision you make, it should be data driven in some way. Mm-hmm. It really should be. And to have a strategic plan, a mission, a goal, or a vision, you have to link that to something. So it has to be something that you can measure success. If you can't measure success from it, then how do you know you achieved it? How do you know you met your goal? So you have to use data. I know Mark and I had a conversation when I was just chatting with him, just getting to know things about your district. And I know that he likes data. And Mark, you want to talk a little bit about how you see this coming out of the red?
Yeah, well, I think Member Grindell brought up a good point about the fact that we haven't had indicators in COVID the way that we would prior, but we're definitely, I know the board is interested, and we are interested as a district in really prioritizing the focus on data-driven decision making and data-driven culture that really sets goals around a whole host of measurable outcomes, including enrollment, attendance, academic performance. One of the things I think this year will inevitably in all districts be a baseline year because we haven't, we're in a new situation coming out of COVID, and although it would be, I think we're all weighing this thought about, well, do you set goals based on the metrics prior to COVID, but then are those really the best ways to set goals based on the fact that COVID created different outcomes for kids for an entire year. So that's something that I think we're going to need to grapple with. And I think it'd be really important to have the board weigh in on that.
Absolutely. One of the other things that I would like to suggest that maybe you look at considering is, but talk to your biggest resource for data right now without having that information on the dashboard, and that's your teachers. They've been in the classroom with these students for the last year and a half online. They know where the learning curve is right now. They may not be able to say, hey, this is 20% and this is 80%, and this is 50%, this is 30%, but they can give you a very good indicator as you move forward to set your goals, to know how are my students performing now? Was there a learning loss? If so, what was the biggest subject that we had? I know, as I told you, I run programs at 36 different high schools, and my requests for credit recovery skyrocketed this summer. I probably increased the number of classes that I offer by 22%, and especially in math. I don't know about you guys, I'm not a math person. Learning math online, not a good thing. So talk to your teachers and find out, what did they see in the classroom now that this is going to be all said and done? What are the areas where they're most concerned about? Talk to the parents, that you see and that are on your committees, and ask them, what did their kids experience? And though it's not anything formal, is very informal data, is still information that you can use as you're planning and setting goals, because you got to work with what you have without those true indexes.
Yeah, and Angelina, I think, to kind of remind ourselves of another further complication of where we are as far as a baseline, and to Terrence's point around, can we get, more, specific around the goals? We actually don't have a 3-5 year strategic plan. So to Bowen's point, we, like those of us who've been on the board, hadn't seen a set of true goals. So, and then, by the way, let's also remind everyone that Mark is new. He just you're not at your first year yet. I'm looking at the date, right? So, I mean, we really had to delay even the goal development to give Mark the opportunity to be on the ground for 3 months and just kind of get the lay of the land, right? So we decided, and this is prior to Aiden and Terrence being here, that we were going to just do like a yearly, very tactical, here's some priorities that we absolutely want Mark to focus on. So I think it's important that, everybody understands that that's, it's not a normal goal setting process that we followed last year. And that even coming into, depending, I think that the direction we set as a board is, here we are in June, end of June, are we going to give yet another yearly set of goals without that long-term vision? Where it's not part of that long-term roadmap, because we could be giving goals right now because we know they take longer to do. So we may not see the effect in year one, and that's important. But right now we don't have that long-term view. So we are, I think it's hard to focus outside of that tactical. Otherwise we can get pretty lofty with goals and set on realistic expectations. So I just wanted to kind of set that as a backdrop.
And, I'm glad you said what you did. And just to make a little short plug without going off down a different road, but when you do your strategic plan, when you get together, like you said, maybe in August to do your strategic plan and set your goals for the upcoming school year, don't get too overly zealous. Remember what you're just coming out of, and be realistic. I know that everybody here has said academics, but take the steps slowly in order to truly be able to see the success. Don't just say, yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and try to throw everything into the pot.
No,
it's not going to work. Make sure that when you guys are doing that you're really saying, okay, well, we don't have a lot of information, but we do have this data, and we do know this from looking at grades, and we do know this from conversations with teachers and administrators, and we have witnessed this ourselves. And then try to set your goals around things that have happened and that you need to focus on for this upcoming year. Once everybody gets their stride again and gets back into that realm of normalcy and, being back in the classroom and that full instruction, and those after school programs are going again, and then we have some testing where we can look at, then next year you can make loftier goals. But be easy on yourself this year. Don't set the bar this high without having anything to determine that that's where it needs to be. Go off the things that you know for sure. That makes sense? Okay. So that was this little sidebar about your strategic plan. So then let me make sure I understand. So for number 39, for the measurable indicators and assessing, the district's performance, to get out of this red and move up for next year's board self-evaluation, you guys are going to look at the data that you do have. You're going to do better tracking. You're going to look at grades, and the board is going to be setting a clear and strategic plan. You said this fall to come up with what you want to achieve within this next school year. Is that correct? I
Yes.
am taking notes. Aiden?
And Angelina, yeah, just to add, so So as I mentioned, like prior to me becoming a teacher, I spent most of my career in business. I was a consultant, and I was a consultant to a lot of companies, and measurement is very key. And I can say, I mean, my perspective, and one of the reasons I decided to come into education is because I think that there is room for improvement in education. I think business actually does it much better in terms of measuring. And there's lots of frameworks, lots of best practice education could leverage from business to to really take us to the next level. But we do already have some things, and I don't think that we should throw the baby out with the bathwater. So we have the California School Dashboard, and I think that we can always apply to that. And I think we can always try to take everything that we're doing and figure out how does it map actually to a metric that it's on the dashboard, and how do we move the needle on that. And even though I don't think that the dashboard is perfect, and one of the reasons why I have such urgency in this area is I have worked with companies on a global basis. We are competing on a global basis. Right now, America is navel gazing and is not aware of the standards that are being applied in other countries and the expectations for their students, and we are falling behind. And so we got to start where we are. We've got some metrics, but we got to take it beyond the school, the California School Dashboard at some point. As you said, we got to take baby steps, but we should start thinking about how are other countries who are our competitors, and who, whether we live or die in the global, marketplace is really it's going to affect our prosperity, everybody's prosperity. And so we need to start thinking about not only how do we define it, but how do other countries define it, and how do we start taking it up even beyond that. And I'm not saying we start at this level right now, but we got to be thinking about it, because that's who we're competing about. And I can tell you for a fact that I work with lots of business people, and every single day they make decisions about who am I going to hire to do this job. And these days, the days of Zoom and in the days of the internet, I can decide I can hire a programmer in Czechoslovakia. I can go and outsource, development of something to China, and I'm going to pick whoever's going to provide me the best output at the lowest cost. And that's what business people think about. And so we need to train our people to be the best. We need to train our kids to be the best, because that's who they're competing against.
Absolutely. And I'll co-sign on what you just said and give you a perfect example. In my school district, Roland Unified School District, we have put a huge emphasis on CTE training, career technical education training, years ago, with the understanding that not every kid goes to college. So our CTE program was huge years before they added it as a metric on the dashboard, before it became the buzzword. We were already there. And if you talk about, the relationship to business, Germany is still one of the countries that offers a huge apprenticeship program where there's kids who basically go to high schools that are geared towards an apprenticeship, not to go and get a 4-year degree, but geared towards a trade. So it's like you said, you do have to think out of the box and look at the whole big picture. Absolutely, and realize, make sure we're meeting the needs of every single student that we serve in our district. That's very, very important. But you guys have some awesome ideas on how to get this one out of red. So I look forward to, whether I'm here with you next year or another consultant is with you, I look forward to seeing your results and seeing how you guys do on that. So I may check in with you if I'm not here with you, just because this one is huge. This is big. This is your make or break. Just like your fiscal one was, this is just right there with it. The academics and that part, you making the decisions based off of information that you have. So next, let's look at number, let's see here, 54. And give me one moment. Let me turn on some light. My eyes are not what they used to be since COVID. They have gotten really, really bad. I need a lot of light in order to see. So if you see me squinching, looking close to my paper, that's why. So number 54, the board uses cohesive message to communicate district priorities, goals, and needs. Now, let me tell you why I was a little confused on this one. Because if you remember at the beginning when we talked about our blues, one of our blues was, our greens, one of our greens was that the board, speaks with a cohesive message. But then you come over here and it says the board uses cohesive message to communicate district priorities, goals, and needs, and you have a red. Now, I have some ideas in my head why this may be red, but I don't want to make assumptions. So can somebody shed some light on this one and explain to me why you think this may be red based upon why you scored it the way that you did?
I think it's reflective of what Elisa brought up in terms of the understandable lack of a strategic plan. That there isn't. We haven't been able to. We've been sort of digging out of financial issues and then dealing with COVID. We haven't been able to get to that level of a coherent message that we'd like to. That's what I feel about this.
Anyone else have a comment on this one?
I'm also in the same mindset and thinking process as Terrence on this one. And also I think collectively, I mean, yes, I think that we don't have a clear strategic plan for the outer years, and for us to be able to communicate to the community and fix issues like, student enrollment and other issues that are communication issues in general, improving that. So in terms of that, that's how I was looking at it.
Okay. Anyone else want to add to this?
I would also add that, and Fong's point reminded me of it, that I was kind of struck by the communicate here, because we really do need a better communication strategy, not from the board necessarily, but from the whole district. And that's something we're working on. And that's sort of how we're going to get out of this red, in my opinion.
And Bowen, as board president, what do you think? How do we get that communication improvement of district priorities, goals, and needs?
So my take is a bit different. I think I'm glad you brought up the issue about we have green when it comes to the board know how to speak at the board, and this and here that the board whether communicate effectively with the board priority. So I guess one big reason that we had a green when it comes to board have the designated or whatever board has designated spokesperson or the board communicate as a board is that once we made a decision, we don't, even the people who dissented on the vote do not complain or post on other social media criticizing the board or criticizing the collective decision of the board. So as a result, most of the big reason that we got a green is because of lack of posting or individual speaking on behalf of the board. It's because we are silent, that once we don't speak outside of our board meeting. And this part getting red, part of the reason is because the board, again, doesn't communicate enough when it comes to our board priorities. So both of them are the result of the board doesn't really speak that much outside of board meetings.
So I know that this last year and a half is like I said at the beginning, it's hard to gauge some of these because of COVID, and we haven't been interacting with people the way we normally do. But for some of you guys who've been around for a long time, 2 years prior to COVID, how many times did you get stopped in the grocery store, at the gas station, at your child's school or function at the park, and asked by community members and stakeholders questions about things going on in the district?
So I never got I got recognized by people at grocery store, and most of the chances when people do ask me questions, that was when I was visiting some PTAs. Okay. Other than that, I don't get questioned by people outside of the board meeting. That's number
You're
two.
Lucky.
So the other thing is that I have to say the interesting thing about my daily routine is I generally don't go to the most popular grocery store in town. So I really go. So the most popular grocery store in town is the Safeway. I go to Safeway probably twice a year. That's my frequency of going to Safeway. For the times I did go to Safeway, I did get recognized by some people from the community. Then I realized how frequent I'll be recognized if I go to Safeway once a week. So I just generally don't go to Safeway that much. That's probably the luck I get.
I'll raise my hand. I think I want to bring back to I think what I see is one of the biggest challenges because, yes, we need to get better at the medium of communication and all the different, because I don't think all of us are, hounded by folks. It's usually the same folks that are reaching out, if that. But I think if we think about just from a board, part of it is we do play it safe because, we communicate as a board at the dais, and when we do have individual conversations, it's at least I make it very clear. I hear you. Doesn't mean that I'll agree with you, but I hear you. Doesn't mean I'm going to go do exactly what you need me to do. But that is different than I think this, which is it because we're talking about the board, right? It's not about Elisa, the board member, but the board uses cohesive messages. And I think we just haven't had those cohesive messages. I mean, we kind of got behind we got to stop the bleeding on the finances, right? I think that was kind of the big drum that this board prior to us, right? And so we finally had said, okay, well, let's, we kind of aligned to let's figure out how we stop death by 1,000 cuts and try to at least figure out how to make the tough decisions. That's really the only big thing we've aligned to as a board message. Of course, we have this intention of switching over, and that's why we're also excited about being able to change the conversation to academics. But it's still a conversation. We don't say, and here's what we want to do I like what you said earlier, which is, had everything been the same baseline, we can start to say, very aggressive, let's move, whatever our intent was. Right now, it's about let's make sure we're not going to leave anyone behind, right? So now it's around spending some time to understand where our kids are, to figure out what the right strategy is. So anyway, sorry for being long-winded, but I wanted to come back to Terrence's point that it's hard to go out there. We can talk, right? We can talk to everybody and some of us do here and there, not all the time, but we're still not speaking for the board, right? Because we don't have that message.
Right, like, for example, I make sure I use the superintendent's Facebook posts and reach and share them rather than creating my own.
Exactly.
And to keep the message. And I do have some interaction, it's at Safeway, also, but largely among service clubs, that, Rotary and the Optimist Club, a lot of community members, look to, because they know me, they look to me for sort of a report. And I stick, I'm given my career, I've been in government for a long time. I stick to telling the story of the whole board rather than my particular opinion. So just like Elisa said, I think we're pretty careful about speaking of not trying to speak from the board, to report what the board actually has done.
And I'm glad you said that, because that was going to bring me to my next point is, as far as having cohesive messages and being able to communicate the district's priorities and goals too, that's going to be critical as you go out and, into your community again, and especially to organizations that you're linked to, like Rotary, or like we have an industry manufacturers council that we were part of, Kiwanis, all of those things. If someone comes up to you and says, hey, so what's going on in your district now? Where are you guys focused on? The message that they get from Elisa should be the same message they get from Bowen, which should be the same message that they get from Fung, and so on and so forth. So everybody should be conveying that same message, and that should be the message that comes from the superintendent and the cabinet members as well. So the board and the superintendent cabinet, this whole governance team needs to be in sync on the message that you guys are given. So I'm glad to hear why this is a red, and I have full confidence, and based upon what you guys have said now, that next year when you do this evaluation again, that it definitely won't be red. But just make sure that everybody has a strong understanding of whatever strategic goals and plans that you put in place, so that the message is always consistent and the same. Fang?
And I think that for us, I know that we don't do maybe a summary of our board meetings for the community, but maybe that's something that we could do on a monthly basis, as in like a newsletter that we put out. I know that other districts do that, and that could, you know, possibly improve the way how we could cohesively send out messages to the community as to what it is the district has been up to, you know, and also they can see the goals and the processes that are currently in place just by a summarized version of what happened during our board meetings twice a month, you know.
You know, that is a fantastic idea. Mark, I just wrote myself a note to send you a copy. Like I said, I work at a community college, and every time they have a board meeting, a couple of days after the board meeting, we get what's called board briefs. And it's maybe like 8 bullets of just the highlights of what happened at the board meeting. It is not anything that's like, it takes a, you know, rocket science degree to understand or anything like that. It's very, very short. That's why they call it board briefs, because we actually read it. If it was something long, we would not read it. Not as an employee, not as a community member, but it's board briefs. And I'll send it to you, Mark, and you can share it with your governance, with the governance team here, and maybe see if that's something that you guys are interested in. But I tell you, it's very helpful, because we can look at it and say, oh, okay, that's what they did last night. Cool. Okay. But it is a way to reach out to people, and it's transparency as well. So
Thank you. I look forward to getting that.
Anybody else have any thoughts or questions on number 54? Okay, and I am taking notes, like I said, and I'll send these on. Go ahead, Bowen.
I do have a question. So speaking of speaking for the board, for the past 2.5 years, we never really had an occasion where the board president need to issue a press release or issue a statement on behalf of the board. So do you see this often in other school districts? Because technically school board president is the spokesperson for the board.
No, I don't. What I do see is, for example, when I was board president, you know, Rolling Heights is unincorporated, so they don't have a city council meeting. We have our community meeting where everybody gets together and decides what we want, and then we lobby the Los Angeles City Council for it. So at those meetings, the Rolling Heights Community Coordinating Council, so at those meetings, they would invite the board president to come and just talk about what's going on in the district. And so that was something where the board president would go. So if your local city wanted somebody to come and give an update on the district, you and the superintendent would do that. That's something where you would do it. If a Rotary Club asked for somebody to come speak, that's where you and the superintendent would go, or you guys can decide who would go. Those are the type of things. Usually, I know when we had one incident in our district that made the news, unfortunately, then the reporters will start reaching out to everybody. And everybody should basically say, you know, talk to our public information officer, number one. If they can't talk to the PIO, then the superintendent and the board president need to have a message that is consistent, because they will try to catch the board president away from everybody else. We had that happen a lot, where they would try to get people separated and ask questions and try to get information. So anytime there's anything going on in the district, the message just needs to be consistent, and the superintendent and the board president need to make sure that they have the same message on everything.
Yeah, that sort of proves my point. In the past 2.5 years, we rarely have incidents that you need to have coherent message, because most of the time we don't need to speak to press or speak to the public outside of our public meeting. So as a result, we probably get a green for that board speak with a coherent message or have a designated spokesperson. And like I said, maybe it's because we don't really get a chance to speak to the public, or we don't say anything we got a green for the speak with a cohesive message and get a red for articulating the board's priority and goals for the district.
Well, keep in mind though, even too, if there's an issue that comes up in the district, like let's say when you were doing your school consolidation and people started to reach out to all the board members, the one message should come from the president. If it's from the board, it should be delivered from the president. So if the board gets together and says, this is our message, this is what we want to all stick to, this is what we're going to tell everybody, that initial message should come from the board president. But yeah,
Okay.
it's not a lot that you're contacted to speak on behalf of the board. But if it comes up, then you're on. And thank you for the grocery store tip. I wish I had known that when I was a board member. I wouldn't have went to Stater Brothers all the time.
You know, the funny thing is I go to the same I go to the same chain grocery store while I live in Roland Heights as I live right now in New York. Literally the same chain grocery store.
So let's do 57 and 58, and then I want to talk to you guys about how you'd like to do break time. So we're going to do the last two that we're going to talk about that are in red, and then we'll talk about how to do break. So number 57, the board advocates on behalf of students and public education at the local, state, and federal levels. So again, I think I know why this one is red, but let's hear from you why you think it's red. Nobody?
So,
Okay, go ahead, Bowen.
so when it comes to advocate on behalf of student and public education at the local and state and federal levels, so again, I can speak on the state and federal level. There's really not that much chance of advocating for our educational achievement at a state and federal level. I think the state, particularly on the state level, I think the most important thing is probably the state funding, because most of our funding comes from state. When it comes to federal level, it's probably the special ed funding. And occasionally, our state legislator that represent our district will reach out to the board. And even for that, what we generally say, because literally the only thing they can do is make sure we have enough COLA for the next year's budget. So that I consider that that's the limited way we can advocate for our district, which is the funding level. And on the federal level, it's going to be a lot tougher because we just don't get a chance to meet any of our senator or our congressman in DC to advocate for special ed funding or other Title I student funding. So I guess in that part, that the limitation of our like I said, our interaction with the elected official, both in Sacramento and DC, resulted in such a low score for the board advocates on behalf of students at the state and federal level. So that's my take on that one.
Okay.
I think there are opportunities to advocate, but I think as we've talked about before, there's the fact that we've been sort of treading water, and we haven't had that strategic plan. That strategic plan is going to the outgrowth of that's going to be sort of our agenda, and working with other lobbying organizations. I think there is a role for boards to play, and the board as a whole to play in advocating. But I think the reason it's red, at least on my case, is that it's that we haven't been able to focus on a strategic vision. So it's actually good. You don't have board members out pushing different agendas with different legislators. We just haven't had a coherent message. So we can't really, that's why it's red. Once we have a coherent message, I think we can step up and be part of the solution, letting the legislature and the federal government know what we need.
Yeah, I think agree, because that's part of that. We kind of stay very insular because we're trying to figure our things out, but our own priorities out. But I think there is also just completely transparent is part of part of our inexperience as a board. We don't know how to engage with some of these, so to Bowen's point, unless we're invited, I don't think we know exactly, hey, you should be reaching out to so-and-so, you should be reaching out to, we don't even do it at city level, I think, in my experience, enough. So then now county level, and, so some of us have had opportunities because we've been invited. But I think, like, I would not have known where to start, to be honest. So I think that's also another thing that we need to be very deliberate about, which is, okay, how will we engage even at the city level, at the county level, and so on. So I think that's something that we do need to be deliberate and about developing a plan to do. Yeah.
Any other comments, Fung?
I am very much in agreement with Terrence and Elisa on this one. Also, last Friday, Assemblymember Alex Lee did reach out to President John or Bowen and myself, and so we did meet with him on Friday, and he indicated to us that he is part of the education committees up at the state level. So we do have opportunities, like Terrence had mentioned, to be able to get our feet in and make these kind of pathways and advocate for our students and families. And I did tell him we need additional funding, so please continue to fight for us on that end. But yes, I mean, all of that is very difficult. And even on the local level, I think that we do need to have a stronger partnership with the city of Newark, and also with the local businesses that are in town, and see, how we can partnership and have internships for students in order to, create the CTE opportunities that you'd mentioned before, and build different pathways, and that's the part where we are really excited to look forward to and doing in the next couple of years, especially since, we have this opportunity now with us having had already finalized and made sure that, we're in a good place financially. But, and so this gives us an opportunity to look beyond that, and also refocus on ideas on how we can engage with our community and see how we can partnership with them.
Thank you. And Mark, this is a one that you'll play a big role in too. How do you see this one helping your governance team get this one out of the red?
Yeah, I do think it's connected to the prior one, 54. And really us as a governance team, like honing in on what are the important issues that we want to be advocating for, and then thinking about what are the ways to do that at local, state, and federally. I do think there are opportunities out there to do that. And I agree with President John, maybe the federal level may be the hardest, but local and state for sure. I think there's a lot of opportunities, and we'll need to get really clear on what it is we're advocating for, and then do that.
Thank you.
I would also say that Fong's point is very well taken about the city. The city can 1 + 1 could be 4. The city can help us, and we can help them build a better community. So working more closely with the city will be an advantage. So that was a good point.
Thank you.
Aiden, you have anything to add on this one?
I think per Dr. Triplett, we have to decide what we're advocating for. And I think that goes back to the earlier, bullet point, or the earlier topics, where, until we have, a clear strategic plan and a clear set of key metrics that then go and boil down into specific initiatives, right? It's good, if we try to go out and lobby and we don't have a clear message, it's not going to be very effective, and it could actually be detrimental. And so I don't think that this is an urgent thing at this point. I think if we get the foundational things in place now, then we'll be better prepared to address that later on. That's my viewpoint.
That's all of you, everything that each one of you said is right on target. One of the things too you want to be careful of is that when you go to certain events, you'll find that you'll meet all kinds of people and they'll say, hey, you know, I want to talk to you about this, that maybe we could partner with your district. And hey, I want to partner with your district. And hey, I want to partner with your district. And then you get excited and you run back to the superintendent and say, hey, look at all these business cards I got that these people want to partner with us. But it goes back to what you just said is this part of our strategic goal? Do we need this partner right now? Do we need this partner right now? So those cards might want to go into a file until we find like, okay, that's the partner we need for this, or this is the partner we need for that. So be mindful of that. The other thing that I wanted to say is, Terrence, in regards to the city, you guys are a city, you're fortunate. Like I said, Rowland Heights is unincorporated. So we rely on our county board of supervisors, but what we found is that we've built a very, very strong relationship and alliance with our board of supervisor because they want the votes from our unincorporated area. So what we do is every time we have a project coming up or something, you know, they have their little money that they can designate to their special projects. And we're always first in line with our hand up and out to get some of that extra money. We've had them fund robotics program, after school programs for our students, you know, because then they get to come and cut a ribbon and take a picture. That's fine. Give us the money, let it benefit our student. So we find ways and things that we need, small projects that we want to see in our district, and we pick up that phone and make a phone call to them. And it's funny because, like I said, I'm not even on the board anymore, and they still will reach out to me and say, hey, we're having this event, you know, come on to this event, because they know I still have a relationship with a lot of the stakeholders in our area, and they want me to tell people to keep supporting them for the votes. So, you know, that's how you can use that, the city, to help you meet those strategic goals once you put them in place. If there's small projects and things that you want to do and you just need some extra funding for it, hey, ask. Like, you know, many of our parents always says a closed mouth doesn't get fed. So open up, ask, and see what happens. So that's a big one too. But then also, you know, they want to be a part of the education system in their area. They really do. You will find that a lot of the people at the city and county level are very passionate about education, and they want the schools in their area to be successful, because they know that successful students are going to bring in better housing prices, there are more businesses, you know, there is a benefit for them. So they want to see you succeed. That's an investment for them. So they're going to work with you. My final question on this one for you guys is, are you guys familiar with the CSBA Pacers? Have you heard anything about the Pacers? Have you been contacted by your local Pacer?
Before the pandemic, yes.
Okay, I made myself a note to find out who the Pacer is for your area. And for those of you guys who don't know, the Pacers from CSBA are political action, something other. I can't remember what the rest stands for off the top of my head, but they're the ones who work on lobbying in Sacramento. That's what they do. They lobby. And they want to know specifically, what do you need in your region, in your city, in your district? And then they will take those messages and they will do the lobbying for you. And when there's opportunities to meet with people in Sacramento, they will reach out to some of you and ask you, hey, can you come and meet with these individuals? And it is a wonderful opportunity. Also, there's CSBA Legislative Action Day. If you've never participated in that, I encourage that one or two of you participate in that. Terrence, you would be great. I'm not saying who you should pick, but I'm just saying, with your background in city politics and, you know, working with cities and seeing the politics in the city, you would be a great person to go up there, because you speak their lingo and kind of, you know, hear what they're saying and what they have to offer and where their positions are, and make sure that your district has a voice. So you're right, Bowen, on the federal level, it is harder. I went to the NSBA Legislative Action Week, where we went to DC and we met with the reps from our different representatives in the House and the Senate, and it was informative and it was a good thing, but I didn't feel like it has as great of an impact as the local one in Sacramento did. So I'm going to send that information for the PACER. Now that we're moving out of COVID, I suggest that you guys get in contact with your PACER and have a conversation, and they will send you great information too about anything that's pending. I'm sure, Mark, you get all of that stuff. I know from AXA and stuff like that of all the pending legislation, but they kind of break it down into terms whereas board members can understand it. So it'll be a big
I
help.
just wanted, sorry, I wanted to share that I think this is a challenge, I think, just for our district historically. When I met with, his name is Gabe, I'm not sure if it's still the same fella, but when I met with him, he said that him and the prior pacers had been trying to meet with somebody from Newark and Lucia shaking her head, I think, Fung, you remember this, for years, and that we were the only district that wouldn't call back. And I think I'm saying that out loud because we are, those are part of the cultural board changes that we are making. So I think, in this instance, I think it's great that you would share that information with us, and then, let's all obviously individually get to know him, get to know what he does. I think that's a great opportunity for us.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I will include that in my summary to Mark when I send it to him. I'll include that information for the board as well. So then the final red one that we need to talk about is the board informs the community on district priorities, progress, needs, and opportunities for involvement. So how do you guys reach out to your community to let them know what's going on in the district? I know with COVID, it's been a little bit different, but as we move into normalcy, how do we get this one out of the red? What do we do? Okay, since everybody's quiet right now, I'm gonna share with you what my thoughts were when I saw this, because I don't want to use COVID as an excuse for everything, but it did create a lot of communication challenges for us. For example, we use that system, I call it teleparent. I know there's a formal name for it, but where it does the robocall to everybody in the district. Well, do you know how many bad phone numbers we have on that system from the parents or the designee for a student in our district where the phone number isn't a good phone number? Then you look at, okay, we emailed them. Okay, how many bad emails do we have, or how many of those emails are no longer being checked by that individual? They let their AOL account go and it's still the one on file. So then there's that challenge. The website, we say, well, we post on the website. Well, I didn't make it a habit of going to my kids' school website every day when they were in school. So then there's that challenge. Then you have to also look at, are we disenfranchising anybody? Because do people have a cell phone where we can call them? Do they have access to the internet? Do they even have a computer where they can go to check their email or go to the webpage for the school sites? So this is one that, we really have to pay a lot of attention to how we communicate this. And like I said, in COVID, it was tough because those were our only options pretty much. But now that we're coming out of COVID, what are we going to do? What is Newark going to do to make sure that this is not red next year? This has to be at least blue next year. So what are you going to do?
I think in terms of this last year, our approach, we had those forms, email, the website and everything like that. But I know that going back to snail mail is probably one of the things that we should probably include, that we do send flyers home and ask for community engagement, especially if we are setting up, committees like consolidation committees, or we're trying to recruit, new committee members for the LCAP review or things like that. I definitely think that we should do that. I know that even though we want to improve our website and things and post on social media, not everyone checks all of that all the time. but I know that for the majority of families, they do go through their mails every day. And that is another form of communication that, or pathway that we can use to engage with our community. But that would mean, you know, we're not necessarily using all of the technology that is provided. Instead, we're also going back to, you know, standard approaches prior to all the technology that we have now.
Yeah,
Lisa?
I was just thinking about, you know, I think to some degree it's a little bit easier to communicate maybe with parents of the younger children, because I think about, first of all, a lot of mail that can be costly too, so we kind of have to be thinking about that. But so I remember, you know, the one thing or person that the parents are going to see are the children when they come home. So, you know, the folders and the flyers. So when they're younger, it's easier to kind of have, look, it's not a bad phone, never an email. But as they get older, you know, how are those older students sharing information? So, you know, just thinking through how do we, from a registration perspective, you know, kind of just, we would hate to, superintendent, to make sure, or to have our staff call and ascertain, just like we did with some of those drives and this year, but perhaps it's some of that to just say, hey, we clearly have bad information here. Let's make contact. And if not, then it's going to be via a student parent teacher meeting, something that's going to, you know, at least we'll call clean the books. I think that's something very tactical. You know, but it does come back to, again, our priorities. You know, how do we inform the district priorities? We're still having to articulate that. But I think there is something around how do we just touch parents, you know, more frequently. I think some of the big gains and wins have been the town halls that superintendent started. You know, we didn't get very far with Mark in the Park, you know, just because of the condition, but just trying to get out there and be visible. For me, as I think about how few opportunities I had to be involved, because I felt like I was working all the time, really long hours. And before, meetings were always like, you know, at 5 or during the day. And it was almost impossible to ever attend. So, you know, as being thoughtful about when the town halls are scheduled, really starting to allow, you know, for those that have access via, you know, electronic access, at least we can, I think, capture a good chunk of our population, assuming we get our message right sooner and take advantage of those mediums.
Mark, Terrence, Aiden, anything to add on this?
Yeah, I would just add, or just hearing Member Martinez, I think there are some things that we should continue to utilize that we learned in the pandemic. And I do think that the virtual town halls was one of them. We were able to reach throughout the year about 12,000, had about 12,000 views on YouTube for our town halls, which our district is about 5,600 students. So it's quite a huge success.
Yes.
And it makes sense. You know, parents get home from work and they don't necessarily have time to drive somewhere to some location to then sit in a room, but they can watch and participate online. So I think it'd be good to think about what are the things we want to get back to that are in-person related, that we know are really important, and then what are the things we actually want to hold on to from the time that we were in the pandemic. I think President Jean was really amazing, successful at door knocking during the campaign, and I've spoken to him about that recently, because I think campaigns aside, it's just a really valuable tool to be actually going knocking on doors and talking to families directly about what are our priorities and what we're trying to do, and what are they interested in, and what are their priorities, as a way of really engaging with the community. So one of my goals, and I invite board members to join me, is this summer to start following President Jun's footsteps, start doing some door knocking, and just to connect with families and to hear from them their priorities, and also talk about what we're trying to do.
That's a very good idea. Now, one thing that I want you all to keep in mind, and this is something that I've been sharing with some of my other districts that I've worked with as well, some of the other districts I've worked with, is that, when we talk about that connection and making sure that we can get information to the people in our communities and from our schools of where they're at, one of the red flags that we have to keep in mind that's coming up is this eviction moratorium. I know the state of California says that they have money and that they're going to help everybody pay their back rent and everything. But for anyone who can't take care of that program, we have a lot of families and a lot of communities who are going to be facing eviction. And we're going to need to make sure that they know that we're still there for them and how to reach out to us to make sure that we still know how to find them and how to find their kids and get information out to them. That's one of the things to keep in mind. A couple of suggestions for you guys also for reaching out to your community. Like you have Mark in the Park, which I think is such a neat name. You want to get back to doing that. A couple of things we did in our district was we had the State of the District. The State of the District event was more for our community leaders, our parent groups, and stakeholders. So it wasn't like open to everybody because we did give a buffet breakfast and there was limited space. But the parent groups, all the parent groups from the different schools, they did get an invitation to come and attend a State of the District event where they got an update from our superintendent and from our instructional team, from our fiscal teams to just know, hey, this is where we're at right now. This is how things are looking. This is what we're doing. And that was always so well attended. It was awesome.
That's a great idea. That's a good idea.
Yeah. The other one that got huge turnout was our Roland Showcase. And what the Roland Showcase is, we would have it up at our community park. And every school had to be represented. They either had an easy up or a table or something where they were represented, and they would showcase some of the premier programs that are going on at their school. Like we had our dual immersion program. We had a school that was a robotics school. We had another school that was focused on CTE, programs. So they would all showcase everything. And let me tell you I'm going to tell you guys a secret, if you don't already know this one, you can't share it. But the best way to get everybody to come out to those events is to have those kids perform. So in addition to having tables and booths set up for every single school in our district, we also had one area on the tennis court where we had a stage. And so at different times, we had groups from every school, some kind of group from every school, whether it was cheer, whether it was choir, whether it was band, whether it was mariachi, whatever it was, we had every school had to have some kids performing, and the parents were there and they loved it. And that one, I know we're unincorporated, but our sheriff's department that covered our area, they hated it because parking was just horrendous because that's how many people attended. So, look at getting creative with some things like that can bring your community out. We had Safe Communities Day that our district helped to sponsor in conjunction with our county supervisor, where it was a day at the park where there were booths that just talked about safety things, safety for children, safety for teens, just say no, all that thing. But we had a stage, and guess who was on it? Our students. And guess who came? Our parents. So, I don't know about you guys, but when my kids were in school, whatever they were involved in, I was involved in. So even if they were just going to say 3 words, I was there to hear those 3 words that they said. That brings us out. That brings the community out. So look at ways where you can engage your community like that to get them to come out, just to get to know, hey, our district's really doing a lot. Yeah, they've been over here. They did this, they did that. Be visible. And that is going to help to get that out of the red as well. And those are, great ways to get things jumping post-COVID. Maybe just pick one, try it out, and see what happens. Fun, do you have something?
If we have Newark Days this year in September, I think that's a place where we can definitely have a booth and have some visibility, and work with the city and see if we can get our students to have a performance there maybe, and see how that goes to kick off the year. If we do have the ability to have New York Days back again this year in person.
That's great. Just make sure you got some kids on the stage. The parents will come. Anybody else have anything to add to number 58? Okay, so it is 7 o'clock. So you guys have been going since 4. We've been going since 5. So I want to be mindful that you guys probably haven't eaten or anything. So I want to take a break here. How much time do you guys need? And I will tell you this is that if you guys are eating while we're talking, that does not offend me at all. You know, we've all been at work all day and everything else. So if you want to eat while we're talking, I'm fine with that. You can go grab something. How much time do you guys need for your break? Or how much time do you want for your break?
10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, we can do 15 minutes.
Everybody good with 15?
We'll be back at 7:10.
7:10. Okay, then. So let's take a break and I'll see you guys back in 15. Thank you.
Okay, we're waiting for members to come back.
When you can tell me when we're ready.
Okay. We have, I believe we are waiting for member Grindel.
Not anymore.
Okay, we can begin.
All righty. Thank you guys for being back so promptly. So before we move on to talk about some board bylaws and do our little working styles questionnaire, there's a few in the middle that definitely deserve some attention, some of the blues and the yellows. And so I want to highlight a few of those so that we can have a discussion about it because they're super important. The first one is number 17. Board members usually discuss questions about agenda items with the superintendent prior to the board meeting. This one is a yellow, and this one should at least be a blue, if not a green. There definitely should be a no surprises rule. And questions should be asked in preparation for board meetings is something that should be made. So this one is very concerning, probably one of the most concerning to me that I've seen on here because the preparation that goes into being ready for the board meeting is super important. And not just for you as a governance team and your board, but also for the superintendent and cabinet. They want to be just as prepared as you are. So when you have a question prior to a board meeting about anything on the agenda, it's a courtesy to ask the superintendent that question in advance so that they can get an answer for you prior to the board meeting. Now, you have every right to still ask that question during the board meeting. But what happens is instead of you asking that question in a surprise kind of way, and the cabinet or the superintendent saying, we'll get back to you with those numbers or that information because they don't have it readily available, by asking it in advance and letting them get the information together, then when you ask it in the meeting, not only will they be able to give they'll be able to give the answer and the community will be able to hear the answer. If they give the answer to you later one-on-one, then you've missed out on letting the community hear the answer to a question that you obviously wanted them to hear the answer to. So it's very, very important that you communicate with your superintendent on agenda items that you have questions regarding prior to board meetings. It is also a time saver because then everything can get taken care of right then, right there and it reflects transparency because you asked the meeting in open meeting, you want the community to hear the question and the answer. So this is the part of the transparency. So just because you ask it in advance doesn't mean you can't ask it in the board meeting still. It just means that there'll be better communication because they'll be prepared to answer that question for you. If you're doing it for a gotcha moment, that's just not cool. And I know that's very simple language, but it's not. Nobody looks good in those moments. So you want to ask the questions in advance, let them get the answer, and then you ask it in the open session as well. So does anyone want to tell me their perspective as to why this one was a yellow?
I can only speak for myself, and I know that I'm not consistent in preparing questions. I know that I do it, but on occasion when I have a busy work week, I've read all the materials, but I haven't been able to pre-ask the questions. So that for me, that's the simple answer for me in terms of, what it is from my perspective. So I don't know what else it is for the other board members, but for myself, I know that I do need to do a better job at, if I have questions, that to prepare them ahead of time. And like I said, just need to be more consistent about it.
And really quick, and thank you for being so honest about that. But really quick, one thing I do want to say is this doesn't mean that you can't ask a question in board meeting that you didn't ask before. That is not what we're saying. But if there's big questions that require a detailed answer or a specific answer, having given the superintendent and cabinet chance to prepare for it and be ready to give you full information is just helpful, plain and simple. But you could still ask other questions as well. And Fung, again, thank you for being so honest. I've had those moments as well where I've been busy and forgot to get my questions off to the superintendent, and it happens sometimes, plain and simple. But there needs to be some consistency, at least in trying to get those questions asked in advance. Terrence, did you have a response or no?
No, I was just going to say it's something I think the board values. I think we're going to see this improving, but I think it's a reflection maybe of how new some of the board is, including myself. But I feel like the board does value this idea. We just need to be a little more diligent.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yes, I think I wanted to, to what Fung said, sometimes it's a timing issue, right? Because we all work, so we're all fully employed and long days. So sometimes for me, it's being able to deliver that question in a timely manner, right? Because if I'm sending out my questions to Mark, 3 hours before the meeting starts, well, that's not very fair. Not that I did that today, Mark. So I think it's around, we have 3 days to prepare. So all of us, first and foremost, should come prepared, right? It's not an exploratory type of question that we should be asking from a process, but rather, what with the data, with the background that you gave on this agenda item, here's the question that I would have to be able to make a decision. And I think that is sometimes it's hard. It's hard to do in a timely manner. But I think, we usually try, Mark, and maybe this is something you could do to just kind of hold us accountable. Send maybe a little automatic reminder that says, okay, any questions? I really, deadline is 5 o'clock. Because, and at least it's not that you're not going to get us an answer, but at least you kind of put us manage our expectations that you just might not get to it. And I think that's a fair thing because we can't expect staff to drop everything they're doing to answer our individual question, right? So I think, just the more structured we are around that process, we kind of hold you accountable, but you hold us accountable to do it in a timely manner as well.
Very good point. Thank you for that. Anyone else have any input on this one? Aiden?
Yeah, I mean, so I would echo the other members, viewpoints about, time constraints. But I think that the one of the challenges that, can contribute to this is and I mentioned, my prior career in business and as a project manager, that, the key to successful project management is to look at things way out, to plan things way out, and understand that there are going to be, unusual moments, right? So unplanned events, but to the degree that you can plan most of it, the other things are going to be exceptions. And the way that we kind of operate, which I don't think is really good, in terms of promoting dialogue or promoting members being able to come prepared and discuss issues, is we're adhering to the minimum, from what I understand, the minimum requirements of the law, which is posting agenda items 72 hours prior to the meeting. And in the emergency meeting situation, which we've got here, or the special meeting, the law says 24 hours. So when we had this agenda posted, it was 24 hours ago. And so that does not promote the ability for anybody to really sit down and really analyze this stuff and have a meaningful engagement. And then I think the other challenge is that oftentimes many of the elements that are being presented are being asked for, there's a request for an up or down vote on that item when we haven't even discussed it before. And so we haven't had a chance as a board to deliberate. And from my understanding, there's nothing in the law that prevents us from creating agendas well in advance. And quite frankly, if we're organized, we could create agendas a month out, 2 months out, and we could have materials posted. And that's not to say that there couldn't be some emergency thing that comes up. But that everything else, we have plenty of time to deliberate. We have plenty of time to think about it. We have plenty of time to ask the superintendent and others questions, and then we can have meaningful engagement. And so I think that that's something, no surprises kind of cuts both ways.
Point well taken. When you guys have your board meetings on Tuesday nights, right?
No, Thursday,
Thursdays,
Oh, Thursday night. So what day do you get your packet?
Monday.
Monday.
Monday afternoon.
Okay. Okay. So, Mark, don't kill me. And Lucia, especially, don't kill me. We actually used to have our school board meetings on Tuesday nights, and we would get our packets on Friday. And it was just impossible to have the time to go through everything, get questions in on Mondays, get answers on, try to superintendent to try to get us answers on Monday, and all of us, working and ever balancing life as well. So we moved our board meeting to Thursdays, just so we could get our packets on Friday and then have Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to go through things. And it made a world of difference. I don't know what the time constraints are, what your process is for getting the agenda and the packets together. Maybe that's something, as Aiden kind of alluded to, that needs to be looked at, that part of it, just to see, is there any way possible for you guys to be able to get your packets out to board members on Fridays, so that they can have the weekend to go through it, and a couple of days during the week so that they could get questions. So we got our packets on Friday, and we all agreed to a deadline of Tuesday afternoon to get our questions to the superintendent. And then the superintendent always blocked out time on Tuesday night or Wednesday morning to go through all of the questions. And then she would put together a list of everybody's questions and the responses and email it all back to us on Wednesday. So everybody got the same information, whether you asked the question or not. You knew what was asked in advance, and you got the response to the question in advance as well. And that made a big difference, because for the first couple of years under our new superintendent, as we were all trying to get our groove together, with her being new and with us having new board members, because we had 3 new board members come in at one time, it was a nice little dance there to try to figure out what worked. And that's what we finally figured out. What worked for us was packets on Friday, questions by Tuesdays, answers by Wednesdays, and meetings on Thursdays. I don't know if that will work for everybody. Every district is different and has different, ways that information flows. But maybe you start looking at, are there certain things that could go out on Friday to the board? so that they could have certain longer to look it over, especially if there's big items like the budget. You know, getting that on a Monday and having to go to a meeting on a Thursday is pretty tough. So things like that, the budgets, the LCAP, things related to your LCAP, things that are done in advance where maybe you can just get it out to the board members to say, hey, start reviewing this. This is going to be on the agenda, you know, even though the agenda isn't up and ready yet, but you know, this is information you need to start looking at. You guys tell me, is that something, and Mark, you chime in here too, is that, and Lucia, you can feel free to chime in here too. If there's obstacles, we need to talk about them. Is what can we do to change this? Because this should definitely not be in a yellow.
Yeah, I mean, with the LCAP and the budget, those are, the public hearing is in advance of any discussion. So there's multiple weeks when that the board has those items. But one question I would have, and I think a challenge that we have, is we do have board meetings every other week. And so
You're twice a month there.
Yeah.
I forgot.
So,
I always forget those districts that have it twice a month.
We've talked about, I know, going to once a month, I mean, I'd love to hear what the board thinks about that. I know it might mean that board meetings are longer potentially, but the challenge is that, you know, we have a board meeting on a Thursday, and then on Monday, the next week, we already have to be putting together everything for the next board meeting. So we already have to be scrambling, and then we're setting the agenda by Friday. To have, so it's like less than a week turnaround time to actually get everything up and ready. So that I mean, not that that's
it's a challenge,
a deal breaker, but it's one. I think it's one of the reasons why that would be hard. But if we went to once a month, I think that most certainly would be possible. So it sounds like that's what your district did.
Yeah, we were always once a month, but what as Mark just threw that out there, what do you as board members think about that?
Once a month. I mean, you know, it's going to force discipline, right? You know, it's I will tell you that I mean, recently our meetings have gone crazy long historically. We kind of got it back in check there because we moved a lot of things to consent because, man, we wanted to talk about everything, right? And so we really kind of looked at what other districts were doing and moved a lot of items to consent. Of course, you know, then we get accused of not being transparent. I mean, it's still on the agenda, it could still be discussed, but I think if we were to go through and just look, I love the idea, Mark, because I think there's just, to Aiden's point, there's a bunch of stuff that are not surprises. We know every year we're going to get them. So we shouldn't be surprised that we get them, right? So if those go into consent, for the most part, things that don't need to be discussed that are procedural, I think that could reduce the amount of, you know, topics that actually need true board discussion. Our meetings are already 5 hours long, right? So I think if we are able to do that upfront planning, do one once a month, that does give you all the opportunity to give us more time. So ideally, we're more prepared. We're not having to discuss to learn, but rather discuss to clarify. I think that would save us a ton of time. I personally like the idea.
I did skim through 2 of your board meetings and I did look at one of your agenda, and I just thought that maybe there was something going on why you guys didn't have a lot of items under consent and that there were more discussion action items. So I'm glad that you clarified that for me. So Fung, Bowen, Terrence, and Lucia, what do you guys think about once a month versus twice a month? Oh, Aiden, you didn't, I thought you commented, but you didn't comment on that. You commented something else. What do you guys think about that?
So going back to the posting of the agenda. So generally on the Friday before the Thursday meeting, we had the board agenda setting meeting, roughly an hour that we set up, list out all the agenda. And that will be attended by the board president and one board member in round robin fashion. So you're always going to get board president plus another board member being there, setting up the agenda. So I guess my question for Mark is, given that in that meeting, we already sort of know what we're going to discuss, we set up the agenda, is there any logistical challenge to post that agenda by the end of Friday? If in the morning, come Friday morning, we already decided which thing we're going to be discussing.
Yeah, if it happens twice a month, then yeah, it's very challenging because we're still like finalizing all the documents. We're making sure everything is perfect. We're collecting up attachments, and maybe Ms. Gutierrez, do you want to add to that?
Agenda review with the board president is literally that. It's reviewing the agenda and the items or the topics that are going to be on there. Additional work that goes into it is reviewing and proofreading the background and purpose of each item, reviewing and proofreading attachments. So while the agenda may be topics may be ready, we ask that we don't change any of the topics after it's been reviewed by the board president. There's still a lot of work that we are doing on the back end, and then afterwards it's just the process of board docs, which then goes through a review process of director inputting information, superintendent approving, then my last review. So it is a very lengthy process that multiple times includes work on the weekends, includes work on that Monday. So yeah.
So Angelina, so to give you a vertical and horizontal comparison, let's look at horizontal comparison. Not sure about Roland Unified, but I can compare ourselves to Fremont Unified and our neighboring district. So Fremont Unified generally have 2 to 3 meetings per month. Their meeting generally run to 1 to 2 a.m. So they are twice or 3 times as long as ours. However, they're obviously a much bigger district than them. They have 35,000 students. We have like 5,500 students. So they have much more students. But school board meeting in the Bay Area running really long is not the exception, is the norm. So that's the horizontal comparison, that the board meeting does run really, really long. So the vertical comparison is within our city, there's another government body, which is a city council. City council meeting generally runs under an hour. So they will start at 7:30 and finish by 9. And I have multiple instances where the people from the city council reach out to me directly and ask me, why is your school board meeting this long? I mean, do you really expect any parents to be sitting with you guys from 5 p.m. all the way till 10 p.m.? I mean, how is that going to help public participation in your board meeting if you're going to run 5 hour, 6 hour, 7 hour meeting on a regular basis? And what is the reason that your meeting is so long? And the other thing that I mentioned to Mark as well is, oftentimes if you look at our meetings, the big items that we discussed, whether it's old business and new business, they fall under those sections. Generally speaking, you wouldn't be starting the first item on the new business until 9 p.m. or like 8:30 p.m., which is less than 90 minutes before the end of the regular meeting, if you don't extend the meeting. So we try to do our best to make sure by the time when we discuss the first item on the new business side, the real business item, we can do so at least before 8:30 p.m. But due to whatever reason, to answer your question, we routinely start the first item in our new business section after 9 p.m., which pretty much means the meeting will run all the way to 11 or 12.
I think I'm concerned that there's just too much work to do for 11 meetings a year. So so what I think would end up happening if we did a monthly meeting is we'd end up with a lot of special meetings, which are more problematic for our community and for members. So I'm a little concerned about that. I do wonder about the idea of, to the extent that there are documents that are going to be considered or that are available ahead of time, if some of those big pieces, just like was done with the budget and LCAP, if we had that sometime ahead of time, even though it's not yet on the agenda, that might help to deal with the crunch that comes. But I'm a little concerned that trying to get everything done on one meeting a month would just be too much.
One thing, if I may comment, one of the things that I did recall just through my CSBA training was that it was mentioned that for a district our size, they didn't see why 2 meetings a month were necessary. So I think what would be probably interesting, even though I do hear Member Rendell's comments, it would be interesting to get maybe a CSBA's take on what is it that we can do differently. Some kind of review of our agendas or our meetings, because it's true, it does feel like we have a lot of items that do come up, and maybe we just need to restructure our agenda. So a lot of these things need to go, more of these things would probably need to go on consent instead of new business, or maybe it's just an evaluation of other districts. But that is something that was a takeaway that I had when I did CSBA training, is that for a district our size, we really don't need to be having 2 meetings a month.
Yeah, and I think that that's a good thing for us to really go explore. In Newark, to put something on consent, I could hear it already that we're trying to hide things. Again, it's still on the agenda. Documents are still there, but that's the narrative that's been in the past. I used to attend meetings with some of the prior board members. They wanted to comb through every line item, but they wanted to discuss it live. I mean, we have it in advance. That's our job as board members, to comb through it in advance and identify any questions. If we are satisfied with what we see, then it's our responsibility to approve or vote down, right? But I think that I think it's completely worthwhile to look at it. Right now, we're just looking at the lens of it's so heavy because of how we've seen it and how we believe that there's certain things that we need to discuss where it truly is procedural. So it'd be interesting to get a read or somebody to help us to do an inventory of what truly needs to be discussed. Big contracts, big expenses, addendums, probably not. And, so but that's not, I'm not the expert there, but I think it'd be great to get some input from CSBA.
I'm going to comment, but I want to hear from Aiden and Fung first.
Sure.
So as far as meetings and when agenda is posted, I have to agree with staff that they should have that opportunity and time to be able to work on the attachments. I know for a fact that my staff at the City of Milpitas have issues, getting their agenda items and presentations in on a deadline that we set for them for council meetings. So it is very difficult. So for me, being on part of the board means that I have responsibilities and accountabilities coming into this role. So I know that I have to do my due diligence, set those times to balance my work life and my commitment to the school board to be able to go through the agenda items. Like I said before, I do have, if I have big questions on an item, I do get those to the superintendent on the agenda when we get the agenda. But smaller questions, I do not, but I still need to do those bigger questions more consistently. So in terms of that, I feel like whether it's a 2 meeting a month or 1 meeting a month, I really feel like it's going to be the same outcome regardless. The 1 meeting a month, we're going to have more items on the agenda. There's going to be more items for us to review. And it's just the same, it's the amount of time that we dedicate to go do that process. And it's going to be the same with the 2 meeting. So for me, it doesn't, I'm indifferent either way. I'm okay with, the majority on whether we have a 1 meeting or a 2 meeting bi-weekly meeting.
Okay. Aiden?
So I'm kind of indifferent as to the number of meetings. I mean, I can see pros and cons either way. But my bigger issue is that, just as staff needs time to prepare the items that go on the agenda, the board needs time to prepare to really digest that and think about it, and potentially consult, community members and get feedback from our constituents on various items. And if we don't have sufficient time to do that, I think the quality of the decision making goes down. And one of the things that's very popular in education these days, and as a new teacher, I had a lot of this, basically being reinforced in my teaching credential program. And there's a lot that's going on live now in classrooms where it's talking about with students promoting the importance of reflection. And so as we learn about things or as we think about things, we don't immediately have a knee-jerk reaction, but we take time to think about it, and we take time to think about, what are the implications. We look at it from different angles, and then maybe we discuss it again. And I think that we need to do more of that, as a board. And I think that we can do plenty of that if we prepare in advance. And so I think we can literally take so many of the items, just as Member Martinez was indicating. We know it's going to happen in advance. We can have people working on drafts of that stuff in advance. That can be posted out to, the website, and notifications going out way in advance. So we have plenty of time to think about and talk about that, so we can really make, once it finally comes up, an informed decision and reflection, or if necessary, have further, discussion about it. Because we as a board, the only time, based on, the Brown Act, the only time that we are allowed to actually share information is in a board setting. And so the idea that a new agenda item that's requesting for a decision is presented, and we literally have 5 minutes to discuss that and analyze it and then make a decision. I mean, I don't think that's a good process. So, I think we can do better, and I think that better planning will promote that.
Well, I think it's kind of, I'm not going to say it's ridiculous that you ask staff to prepare something a month in advance. I think that, I think that 72 hours is reasonable time for us to review. It is, this is what we set up in our governance handbook, in terms of and yes, it is the minimum requirement of the Brown Act. But I'm just saying that this is what being a part of a school board or city council is. You know that you have to review certain items. You know that you're going to have to come prepared on that day and be ready to make decisions. So it is really up to you on how you manage your time between that time. So I don't think that it is very reasonable to ask that so much far in advance of staff, and things could change last minute.
And I'm not.
They're working on they're already working on the meeting. So I don't think it solves the time. I agree with you. Sorry, Aiden, Fung, with, there is just the prep work and of getting it right, because if a period is out of place, then we have a conversation about why that's reflected in the agenda, and we go 30 minutes into that piece of the conversation. So I think, in fairness, we do have 72 hours. Yes, we all work, but we have to make the time. Sometimes we're really tired, but we'll do it. We'll get it done. And I think I wanted to, reference your comment about then we get a 3 or 5 minute conversation about it. It's not. It's our responsibility to go do our reviews. When we sign up for the board, we know what were we all told? You're one, right? And so the way you bring others on board is if there's something about the data that's being presented that doesn't convince you, that you don't have to win the argument that it shouldn't be on the agenda. You can just, articulate why you're going to vote no and try to get us, the rest of the board, to agree to vote no. But it's either, that's always our voice, our one vote. But many times we end up on the conversation of whether it should be on the agenda or not, because I didn't have time to prepare. Well, that should not be the discussion, right? The discussion is, was the preparation, the information that was brought forward, that presented, 3 days in advance to us, is it adequate? What are the specific questions? And you can then vote no, right? Because I think that's sometimes where we go sideways in terms of what's the conversation we should be having at the board. You know, and to your point about whether, you know, you want to, it's your prerogative to seek out, you know, community input, we'll get it whether we want it or not, but that's not a must have, right? I mean, that is your prerogative. So that's not something that we should think about, you know, taking time away from staff so that you personally can do that. So those, we kind of have to balance all the needs of everybody.
Aiden?
Okay, so Angelina, I want to steer back to you about this question, just to make sure the conversation doesn't go too far away. So Roland Unified has 3 times as many students, almost 3 times as many students as our district. So I guess it will be a great opportunity for you to tell us how you guys manage one meeting.
I'm
per
going
month.
to tell you, but Aiden hasn't had a chance to get his full
Okay,
his full comments out. I don't want to cut anybody off. So let him finish and then I will tell you.
Yes, so what I'm advocating for is not that we put a heavier burden on staff. In fact, it's the opposite. I'm advocating that we actually give staff more time to prepare agenda items in advance and have plenty of time for board members to review and digest and analyze. And I think that given the nature of a lot of the stuff that we're doing, it's stuff that can be planned in advance. And if we are running our business on an emergency basis and on an exception basis, then that means we got a problem, right? And so what I'm saying is that we can plan this stuff way out in advance and we can have plenty of time for review and comment. So I don't think it's going to be extra work for staff. But then on the other issue, you know, that was raised around having a deliberation process for the board, I think the one thing that I want to remind us all about is we've sworn an oath to the Constitution, right? And our system is ultimately governed by both the state and the US Constitution, and our processes are governed the same way. And what I would say is that just as we go look at either the state legislature or the or Congress, Congress does not have agenda items that come up in, you know, within 72 hours and the full membership is voting on them. They have a time for discussion and deliberation so that they can make an informed decision. And that's a best practice. And that's a best practice, whether it's in our state government, in our federal government, or in business. And if we're making, you know, quick decisions based on, you know, very recent information, and we're not really having a chance to discuss it as a board, because I may say something, I may come to a meeting and the first time that I can share my opinion with my fellow board members is in this meeting. So they have no idea what my thought process is or what some of the other viewpoints are or additional information, and they're being forced to immediately make a decision when maybe they might want to reflect on that and say, wow, that's some new information, maybe we ought to think about it. And so I think we need to build more reflection and deliberation into our process as we also plan things out. I think it's going to improve the quality of the decision making.
Okay, really quick, Lucia, and then I want to address this.
Of course, really quick, because I think it's just important to understand kind of the back end working of staff, which I think it's important to point out that things such as the budget, for example, with our CBO, I know for a fact right now that she's already inputting things in our agendas for the following year. You know, she already has her schedule for the following year, which is all planned out and is already inputting things in our agendas. So same thing goes for our assistant superintendent and everybody else on the team. So it's not a process that it's not an agenda that we build a week before. You know, there's definitely a lot of work that goes into it, and I just think it's important to express that and let everybody know that I know it is difficult. It is a longstanding action or activity that has been done within Newark, which is continuing to get the agenda 72 hours prior. It's not something new that just started a year before, 2 years before. It's been a process that we've continued to follow for a while. And I know it's difficult, but you know, when comparing it to government and our Senate and our congressmen. I mean, they also have aides that help them read all the material, which I know that doesn't happen here. So but it is important to understand what happens on the back end as well.
Thank you. So Bowen, I'm going to finally answer your question. So how did we do it with one meeting a month? When I first came onto the board, our meetings were going until 11, 12. I think the longest one I was there until 1:15 a.m. one time. And honestly, I cannot tell you why I was there that long. I can't explain it. There were board members arguing and disagreeing and lots of gotcha moments. And it was just, to me, looking as an outsider before I got on the board, I thought these people don't know what they're doing. Why are we still here? Why is this happening? So that was one thing. The other thing was about the parents and the transparency of the community being able to be engaged in the meeting in real time, not saying, well, it's on YouTube, they can go back and watch it later. But as the community member, being able to watch the meeting in real time while it's happening. If your meetings are going that long, you are disenfranchising a lot of them because they cannot stay glued to the YouTube channel to watch that for that length of time. That is a problem, it's a concern. And then the other thing is with us, we had different people who thrived on the conflict and the hoopla and the show that this put on. And that's why our meetings lasted so long too. They didn't have a lot of genuine questions or things that they wanted to talk about. It was more for show. After we had another election and we had our superintendent left and we had an interim superintendent, and he came into the first meeting and he was like, what the heck was that? And this is somebody with no horse in the race. This is somebody from the outside who came in and they're like, no, this isn't working. This is chaos and it's just not good for the community at all for a meeting to go until 11:30 at night. So he sat down with us. We went through our processes and procedures and everything. And he says, so what I'm hearing is that you guys have questions about specific things. So, Angelina, your questions are all related to curriculum and instruction. You keep asking, you spend, 30 minutes asking questions about curriculum and instruction. Thomas, you spend 30 minutes asking questions about maintenance operations and transportation. Deborah, you spend 20 minutes asking questions about food services in our family resource center, and Linda, you spend 30 minutes asking questions about special ed and CTE. He says you guys are asking good questions. He says, but maybe the way and the time you're asking them isn't what we need to have a full discussion. Aiden, you said something during your comments that stuck out to me. You said that when you come into the meetings, that's usually your first time to be able to share opinions. That's also like a time where you can maybe ask more questions. This is what we did. We always were at one meeting per month, and that was it. And we added a study session per month. Here's how it works. Our board meeting, regular stuff. We go through everything, on our agenda, approve the things that need to be approved. But then we would have a study session 2 weeks later on a specific topic, sometimes two topics, depending on how big the topic was. For example, if facilities is getting ready to come up on our agenda because something related to our bond is coming up, then our study session prior to that meeting would be on facilities. Facilities would come in, our assistant soup would come in, he would bring his facilities staff into the meeting. And that was a time, we didn't even sit on the dais. We actually sat on the floor and at tables, and people could sit at the other part of the room, so that it was a very informal, engaging process. And they would give us a presentation saying, hey, here's where we are on facilities. This is how everything's going. This is where the bond money is. This is how much money we have left. This is what we spent. And it was wonderful because then we could just ask away all of our questions. Every single question we had about facilities, we could ask it then, because he had The superintendent was there, the assistant sup was there, and the top facility guys from our district were there. So all the questions we had, they came out. We got to ask them, they were answered. So when that issue came on our board agenda, it went very quickly because we already knew all the answers to our questions. We got them at the study session. The next month, if it's like budget coming up, then we might ask for that time for the study session to be on the budget. Tell us what money we have coming in, what's going out, is there new money coming? And they would give us a big presentation and we would ask away on questions. Well, what about this? Well, what is this? Has this increased? Has that decreased? How's the enrollment going to impact this? What's the state saying? What's the federal government saying? So we got to spend 2 hours, sometimes 2.5, asking questions about one specific topic, and we would get through it. Sometimes, depending on the topic, like I said, it might be 2 topics per night. Like we did pair ESL one night with CTE. And even though they were different, we knew we didn't have a whole lot of questions. So we had time to cover 2 topics at once. And those study sessions gave us the opportunity to really engage with the people who put all of this information together and people who people who are doing the work. So it wasn't just the assistant sups in the soup. We actually had the people who were doing the work present. So when we talked about curriculum instruction, not only would we have the assistant sup of instruction there and the director of instruction, director of special ed, but we'd have our a principal from every level, from the high school, from the middle schools, from the elementary schools. We would have somebody there as well representing their level. We would even have our TOSAs, our teachers on special assignments. We would have a TOSA there to answer questions for us. And that cut out so much time because you guys are right. We don't get time. And I've talked about this to some of you when we had our one-on-one conversations. We don't get time to just talk like this conversation we're having right now. This would not happen. Where was it going to happen at? Mm-hmm. Because there's no special time or place. So this conversation that we're having is the same kind of conversation that you can have at a study session, because the agenda item is about maintenance, operations, transportation. So you could talk about anything related to that. This one is about, as you guys keep seeing, our focus is going to be on, academics, curriculum, instruction. You have that study session on curriculum and instruction, and that's all you get to talk about. What's working, what's not, what's this, what's that. And let your superintendent know in advance, hey, these are some of the things I want them to talk about at this meeting. And so they can be prepared and they can bring the answers. So that's how we, Boeing, keep it down to 1 meeting per month. Because once we started doing those study sessions, and except on nights where we had to give out 50,000 awards to students, our board meetings usually started in about 9:30. And that was, still late, but, on a good night, we might be out of there by 8:45. But that made such a difference. And it gave the opportunity for dialogue, and it gave transparency to our community. Because if somebody has been in your ear constantly about special education, when that study session's coming up, I would call them and say, hey, just letting you know, don't forget, Thursday night, 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock, whatever, we're having a study session on special education. I suggest you come hear what they have to say. I know what questions you've asked me. I'm going to ask them those questions. So make sure you're there. And they would come and they would get their answers and I would get my answers, and everybody was good. And it did cut out on some of the conversation and dialogue that needed to happen at a regular board meeting. So that's how we did. So you still having 2 meetings per month, but the study session is usually much shorter. It's like, because there's only just that topic. So it's usually just a couple of hours. Like I said, it shouldn't be more than 2.5 hours. Just asking your questions, just asking them, getting all the answers that you want. And you will be amazed at how much more informed you are too, as a board member, with having the opportunity to have that dialogue in a group. So everybody hears the same information at once, not just you, but your community as well. Everybody's hearing the same thing. It makes a difference. So if you guys do at some point decide to go to one board meeting per month, I would suggest that you go one board meeting, one study session. Because the study session, there's like no prep really involved in it. We'd get the copy of the presentation that they were going to give us, the PowerPoint. But, we had already said, hey, we want to know this, that in advance. So they were going to answer our questions. But the rest is just, off the top of your head questions based upon what they're presenting. You got to ask your questions. So
we do study sessions. But yes, our study sessions currently are about an hour long. It isn't long enough for a full discussion, a Q&A. So I am okay with us trying that model if other board members are in agreement to wanting to try one meeting a month and a study session, a longer study session, so that we can have discussion.
Yeah, I'm okay about trying that model for a while to see how that works. Another thing, Angelina, by looking at your agenda, one of the things I said, we started the discussion of the first item under new business, oftentimes after 9 p.m. And I look at your agenda, because our agenda generally does have a lot of school spotlight, staff report, superintendent report before any discussion of the real business. I look at your agenda, it looks like the only thing you have before the start of the discussion of real business is just oral communication, which is public comment on non-agenda item and some personnel report. You don't have school spotlight. You don't have like staff report. You don't have superintendent report either. So
we do. You have to go back to some of the pre-COVID meetings.
Oh, I see.
Because we have a school spotlight every board meeting, and the superintendent gives their report too. I just pulled up an agenda and to look at it. But yeah, if you go back go back to one of the meetings, go to January of this year, go back to that meeting and you'll see that we have that on there. And please think, know you guys, I am not trying to turn you into our use, force our models or anything onto you, or make you Rolling Unified, because you guys are great as Newark Unified. You guys are already great. You don't need to be anybody else. I'm just giving you suggestions of how we had to streamline processes, because as I say in the orientees, and excuse my language, I tell them my first year as a board member was pure hell. I questioned what I was doing. And part of it was because the meetings were out of control. It was just, nothing was getting accomplished. The people in the community hated us. They felt like we were hiding things, and we had to really streamline some things to get a process in place so that there was transparency, but there was also learning experiences for us. And as a board, because remember, it's our meeting. It's not the community's meeting. It's our meeting. It's just held in public. So it's our meeting. So we wanted to have our meeting, ask our questions, get our answers, make sure we understood what was going on. We just have to do it in public. But we were able to get that accomplished by going meeting, study session. And like I said, just to have time to dialogue like this, is amazing. It made such a difference. It was like, wow, I actually feel like I really know what's going on in the district now.
Angelina, yeah, I think, to Feng's point, we have it all. We have meetings and study sessions, but the one big complaint that we always have, or that we hear, all of us at one point or other say, is we just started the conversation and now we're out of time. So I think I think, we do need to try something different. I'm not sure that, it'll be perfect, or, that this will be our model, but I think it's a good model to think through and explore. I think that I wrote down though some of the other things you said, because it's representative of what we are living with, right? It's there's a couple of us on the board that we are at each other's throats, and it's not a secret. You can go online and watch us, right? And then there's the folks that love, I'm gonna say it, and because I say it all the time, there's the folks that love the drama, And I'm repeating what you said. So we're not unique. We just now need strategies to handle it. Because the minute that we don't address it immediately for at least a handful of those individuals, immediately it's all about the board is hiding something, right? And it's, I love that last statement you make. This is our meeting, a meeting of the board held in public, right? And many times, no, we're not perfect. We're going to do the best we can. We're going to do the best homework we can and ask the best questions that we can. Because I hope everybody understands that we are here, from a place of trying to do good. But if we try to continue to listen to the drama, we will be pulled to the drama every time. But the reason those of us ran, who knocked doors, right? Bone was not the only one that knocked doors. It was hot. And that put signs up and talked to people. Us five, are the ones who took that step, right? And with that comes responsibility, but it also comes with a little bit of, we'll call privilege in terms of the types of decisions that we make. Of course, we're going to listen to our constituents, but it doesn't mean I'm going to jump every time so-and-so says I need to jump, right? And the more we say, I know I'm not going to jump to your tune, the more they're going to come at us. And I think it's important that we have these conversations to say, it's on us. We can make a decision because so-and-so told me that the numbers are wrong. The numbers are wrong that staff is giving us. I can choose to pay attention to so-and-so and not my staff, right? So if I make a bad decision, it's on me, it's not on my staff. And that is part of we aren't over that yet. So I think that the meeting construct is really important, but I think us as a board need to make an agreement, that guys, it's us and it's us doing our due diligence. And every time we get accused of playing nicey nice with our superintendent, and I'm quoting, right? Like it's a bad thing and it's not nicey nice. I'm here to support my superintendent and my staff. Doesn't mean that I let them get away with everything. I'm also not going to go in there in public shame. That's terrible. No one should do that, right? But if anybody on this board thinks that it's all about public shaming our superintendent and our staff, then we need to raise our hand and then we need to have an honest conversation about whether we want to be on this board, right? Because that is some of the expectations that we have. And I'm saying all this and on my soapbox because for whether we go to 1 or 2 meetings, if we don't address those other things that you talked about, instead of being a 1 5-hour meeting, it's going to be 1 10-hour meeting. Right. So I think that's just at the core, frankly, of just kind of how we've operated as a board historically.
And like you said, the cultural thing is hard to break. Ours didn't completely break until some of the other individuals were no longer an officer on the board. And someone else had the opportunity to say, hey, we're going to streamline this process and I'm going to take control of the meeting. And also for our board president, not being afraid to use the gavel. It's not fun to have to gavel one of your fellow board members, but sometimes it needs to happen to get people back on track. I've been guilty of going on my little tangent at a board meeting as well when there was something. I'm very passionate about our special ed department, and I've had my little tirade, and then the president gavelled me, and I was like, "Oops, sorry," But we need to use, the president has to use the gavel sometimes to get things back under control. And then the other thing is that we have to, as I said earlier, when we were talking about one of the other, the reds, is we have to, actually it was the green, the board treats everybody with respect. We have to remember that the community is watching us. Some of your community members want to see you as a divided board, and that's not a good thing. There are some times that during negotiations where some of your unions may want to see you as a divided board, and that's not a good thing. You guys can agree to disagree and have your discussions, just like we said earlier, but at the end, the vote stands strong and you come together and you all support it. But if they see you guys fighting and arguing in a board meeting or being disrespectful to one another, there's no way that they're going to buy that you guys are truly a uniformed board, a unified board. So you have to be mindful of that, because you can disagree and do so, in a way that's not making any of you look bad. So right now we're at the point where you guys have heard some suggestions from me about possible ways where you guys can get more information out and still have 2 meetings, but one be focused on study session format of just asking questions. And a 1 hour study session is not good. And that's not good enough. No offense to anybody, but that's not enough time to ask questions. I mean, if you figure each board member needs like 15 minutes, each to ask questions, that 1 hour is not going to cut it. So you guys, even if you do even keep your same format, you may even still want to look at your study session process. That should be a time for engagement and conversation and questions. Terrence and Aiden, really quick, I didn't hear from you guys on what you think about the do you guys want to have like a meeting and a study session, or do you think that it's fine just continuing with 2 meetings and that serves your purpose?
I think 2 meetings is fine. I'm concerned that we just end up with 1 10-hour meeting unless we address the more structural issues. However, I do like, I think it was Fong's idea to work with the CSBA to get some advice about how we can streamline our meetings. But I'm generally not inclined towards going to a single meeting. I just don't think there's enough, unless we change the way we operate. It's just going to be too much time trying to jam into the 1 meeting.
So when you say changing the way we operate, are you talking about district operation wise, or are you talking about how we conduct our board meeting?
The latter.
Okay. So any suggestion you think that we should change how we operate, how we conduct the board meeting, or are you talking about the deliberation time per item?
Also the latter.
I see. Okay.
Can I ask a question? When you guys did your governance handbook, was this addressed at all?
So the governance handbook only has a 30 minutes limit per item when it comes to public comment plus discussion plus question and answer and motion. What we didn't discuss is, I don't think this is written in our governance handbook, but I think the practice we use is each board member get 2 rounds of questioning at most. So you ask a question, the other asks a question, the other make a comment, and then all of our 5 members done. And then if you get extra question, you can ask 1 more round. And then after that, just bring back to motion and vote. I guess sometimes when I serve as president, sometimes I didn't really do good enough a job about bringing the discussion to a close. So sometimes the discussion can go sideways, even though that
Use the gavel, Bowen. Use the gavel.
Some of the items, if you add the public comment time, clearly exceeds the 30 minutes time limit. So we will have certain items that go all the way to that go over 30 minutes limit, and then we have several items that are like that. So the meeting goes to 10:30, 11:30. And another thing I want to ask you, Angelina, is that for your meeting in Roland Unified, before you start a discussion of your real business, how many hours do you spend from the beginning of the meeting till the discussion of the first item? Because for us, it's routinely more than 2 hours.
No, ours was never 2 hours. I would say an hour at the most.
Yeah. So that 1 hour,
an hour. Yeah, unless we had a lot of student recognition. On the nights we had a lot of student recognition, it goes longer. But I would say, like, on a night where maybe we're just recognizing, 2 groups of students and that's it. And, and then moving into we have our Our high schools all have their ASB presidents who come and give a report. We have one school spotlight and our superintendent gives a report. And then we go into business.
So I guess for public comments on non-agenda item, generally, do you give 3 minutes per public speaker?
3 minutes, yes.
Yeah, so because sometimes for us, we can have like 5 to 10 public speakers. So that itself is more than 30 minutes already.
We have 3 who come on a regular basis. And then we usually might have a couple of more, but unless there's a hot topic item on the agenda or going on in the district, we usually don't have that many.
Okay.
We usually never have more than like 3 to 5.
Yeah, because generally our school spotlight sometimes takes like almost 20 to 25 minutes. The superintendent report plus staff report together, that's close to 1 hour. Another 30 minutes of public comment non-agenda items, 90 minutes. Sometimes some other things going on. So that pushed us toward the 9 p.m.
We give our students our school spotlights, they have a time limit.
I see.
Just for the record, I don't know about 25 minutes, President Jen.
I'm not talking about student report. I think I'm talking about school spotlight.
Right,
I think student report is only 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yeah. Aiden, I didn't get to hear from you on this topic.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the idea that you propose is an interesting one, and so I'd be willing to experiment with it. If other people agree, if other board members agree. My real viewpoint is that the board is a deliberative body. It's not a rubber stamp. And so we need to have substantial discussions and substantial thinking and reflection to make informed decisions. And if we can have study sessions where we have the opportunity to do that, the public has an opportunity to provide input, then that gives us the ammunition, right? That gives us the information to then make informed decisions, and I think it'll be good. And then, like you say, it should cut down on meetings, but I would also agree with Fong and Terrence that it would maybe be good to have CSBA come in and maybe do an audit of our agendas and kind of look at, okay, how can we streamline things? What are the best practices?
Yeah, I think I want to echo Member Hill's comment when it comes to we are a deliberative process that I do hope that we have more time or longer time frame to discuss topic that will be important to the community. And the other interesting thing I want to respond to Member Hill's or Aiden's previous comment about United States Congress. I think what you're describing is probably the Congress before I immigrated to this country. Because what I observe is after I moved to this country, what I see from Congress is one government shutdown threat after another government shutdown threat, one continuous resolution after another CR. And then I routinely hear politicians saying, voting a 3,000-page bill without reading it. So I think we're a better deliberative body than the United States Congress. Even the United Senate, the so-called the greatest deliberative body in the world. I don't believe Congress does a better job than I do. Maybe you were describing the Congress 30 years ago.
The founders designed that process on purpose. So the idea is that we don't want to make hasty decisions, and that and so therefore they wanted lots of debate. That was by design. And sometimes it can get messy and get ugly, but at the end, what ultimately happens is the real priorities, the important decisions bubble up, and the other falls to the wayside.
Well, that's what we hope for, right? But anyways, I can't take credit for the recommendation that Ms. Gutierrez Lucia had put out for CSBA to reevaluate and audit our agenda, prioritizing our agenda. I do agree with her that that we do need to take a look at that and how we prioritize our agenda, because there are items, certain agendas on certain meeting nights are very heavy versus sometimes throughout the school year, some of them are a little lighter. So we could go through that and see how we can move some of the items to consent, and possibly that would help out making our meetings a little bit more shorter and be more effective and efficient. So thank you, Lucia.
This isn't a decision.
Sorry. So because I think we forget sometimes. So yes, we should go get some support from CSBA, but this is again, one thing that I know I was a little bit criticized for, but in our governance handbook, the board president has discretion to make some changes. And so we did, right? And so I know that many times it was like, well, you can't unilaterally do that. Well, actually you can, because per our governance handbook, that, you know, the board president with a superintendent can look at what are some things that really need for discussion and can. So I just bring that up because I think that there potentially are some things that could be done immediately, obviously, and then obviously the medium to long-term opportunities. But I think that's something that maybe Bowen can work with Mark on.
Okay, so you guys don't have to make a decision about this today. This is something you need to think about, talk to your superintendent about, you know, have a conversation wherever you guys can about it, and then just, you know, decide what you think will fit best for your district. Okay. So just a couple more that I want to go through on the board self-evaluation really quickly is number, let's see here, where am I? Number 30. Where there is a good relationship between how long the board spends on an agenda item and the importance of the item. So we just beat this horse. We talked about this one a lot. But remember, you guys, are you guys familiar with your board bylaws at all? I mean, be honest, how many of you guys have really looked through the board bylaws? Because if you have, you know that board bylaw 9323 says a meeting should be done by 10 p.m.
Of course.
And that it goes over only if you extend it. So you guys need to make sure that you have an understanding of your board bylaws and that you're adhering to them. That can be your first step to trying to do better at the managing the time of your meetings. Is
We
by
actually do
looking
that.
through.
We actually do that. It's actually on the agenda, and anytime we go past 10, we have to vote to extend it.
See, now that's a bad thing when you have to put the extension of the meeting on the agenda.
But we do it every meeting, so it's a given.
Yeah, see, and that should not be the norm. Should not be.
But we do understand the bylaws and we do follow them.
Okay, thank you. So again, we've beat this horse. We've talked about some of the reasons why. Now you guys have to work to change that. You guys as a group have to work to change that. President Bowen, you need to take the leadership on this, and you need to help start streamlining those meetings better while still giving people the opportunity to ask their questions, but keep everyone on track. And that's sometimes, like I said, it's hard to do, but if you see somebody going off on a different road and it's not what's on the agenda, use your gavel and just say, you know, just a reminder, the agenda item says blah, blah, blah. Let's get back to the agenda item, okay? Because we all have the tendency to go off track at times.
As I reflect the first 6 months I've been serving as the board president, I think one of the key weakness of my leadership is I can tell on a complaint from several other board members is that I think sometimes I'm too hesitant to be the bad guy. I mean, but sometimes the board president just gets to be the bad guy. I mean, and the other thing during COVID, it's kind of hard to have a gavel.
Yeah. They gave me one to keep at home when I was board president when COVID started. But don't count it as a weakness. Just consider it something that's been brought to your attention, and now you change it. You start working with it. Yeah, plain and simple. So the last one that I want to talk about is number 49. And 49 is the board monitors progress towards district goals based on established success indicators. And we've talked about this as well earlier in the day, but it was on my list as one of the ones I was concerned about to talk about, but we addressed it when we were talking about some of the things in the red and using data. And you guys have all committed to looking at your data more and using your data more in your decision-making process. And you guys all understand the importance of using the data to make decisions and using the data to set your strategic goals, both of those things. So I'm not going to beat that horse again unless you guys want me to. You're good? Okay, so those were the key takeaways I had from your board self-evaluation. And I'm glad we've had some really good discussion here tonight and, you know, about some different things. Is there anything that you all, because this, again, this is your workshop, that was in this report that you feel like you want to talk about or address before we move on? Anything at all? Okay, then that means that I've done my job, hopefully. So I'm, like I said, I'm glad that you guys were very open and honest, and I think we had some good discussions about some of these topics, and I'm thankful for that, because I know that those are going to be the things that help you stay in green where you're green and move from red and yellow where you're red and yellow. So I think you guys are really going to make some good progress. You guys are a young board who just went through a pandemic for a year and a half with a new superintendent. So I look to see a lot of progress on this. And I thank you all for your honesty and your openness in all the discussions, but most of all for the respect that you guys showed one another. So really quickly, the other thing that I wanted to talk about was, well, let's do this. Did you guys already do your working styles? I have that, my virtual background. Your working styles report, did you guys all do that yet? Okay, you guys do that while I pull up my board bylaw sheet so that we could talk about that. But if you guys can take like, let's see, it's 8:26. If you guys can take like 6 minutes and do your working styles, you have the questionnaire, right? Oh, you don't?
Sending it right now.
Uh-oh. Because I want to really do this exercise before we go. I really like it. I find it to be very helpful. And then I want to talk a little bit about a couple of board bylaws that are really important and deserve a minute to have some review.
Okay, everybody, if you guys can check your email, you should be receiving it. Or refresh your email.
No, I'm not getting it.
Uh-oh. Okay, well then we could just.
It should just take maybe 30 more seconds.
You can also put it in the chat, Ms. Gutierrez, if that's easier.
I got it.
Okay, good.
They had to send it to Argentina and then back to us.
That is correct. You don't know what servers they're hitting to get to us.
I just got mine as well.
Depends on our firewall.
Angelina, so should we start filling this out?
Yeah, please. And basically what you're going to do is, can you attach it in the chat? Would that be easier for the ones who haven't received it yet?
I think we all have it.
Oh, you all have it now? Okay. So like with question number 1, when performing a job, it's most important to me, A, B, C, and D. You're going to look at each one of those, A, B, C, and D, and rank them 1, 2, 3, 4, based upon how you think what's important to you. So if B is most important to you, you'll give B a 1. If D is number 2, you'll give D a 2. So, and Mark, you're going to be doing this as well.
Yes, I did it earlier, but I'm just realizing I did it wrong. So thank you for that.
You know what? It's so funny because everybody says that. I always have people at every workshop say it. And I said, oh, maybe that's my crazy distorted mind that it makes sense to me because we use it a lot at CSBA. But yeah. And you did your score sheet, Mark?
Yes, but I'm going to redo it now that I realize the instructions.
Okay. So let me know when you guys are done with that. I really like this exercise, so I really try to do it every time we have a different any workshops that I do, especially with new boards. I think that is helpful for you guys to gain a better understanding of those that you're surrounded by and why we may seem different to one another. And this one is a short one. It's not one of those lengthy ones where you have to answer 150 questions. Let me know when you guys are all done. Just kind of shout out done. And when you get to your score sheet, you'll see that number 1 says A, B, and C, and D. So whatever number that you put, if you were number 3 for A, you'll put the 3 next to the A. If you were ranked B, number 1 for question number 1, you'll put a 1 next to the B, etc. And you'll do that for every line and then total up the columns.
So we just sum up all the columns together and get a total score in each category, right? A, B, C, D.
So all the A's, you're going to add up every number that you have on the A line, 1 through 5, and then you'll put that total next to the totals at the bottom. You'll put that total there on that line next to A. And then you add up all the numbers in your B's and then put that down at the bottom.
And the lowest score is your dominant trait.
And that's the trick, yes. And it's funny because people instantly look at the highest score. I think we're conditioned to do that. And it's the lowest one.
Alicia, you already know what I am.
And you know what I am.
Yeah.
We did this in training and I was like, wait, I totally forgot the ranking to Aiden's point. I'm like, did I change?
You know, I noticed that mine changed. I had done this at my job before when I was a classified employee, and mine changed. It have been several years from when I had done it before. Mine changed once I became as a manager. Is totally different. I was much more creative as a classified employee years ago.
But actually, I have a tie.
When you have a tie, you pick the one that you feel is most like you.
So were you more like Vaughn when you flip the numbers?
So Lucia and Elisa know exactly which one I'm gonna go and say.
But before we share our results to that, am I able to share screen? Let's see. Oh yeah, I am. Okay. I just want to share a screen real quick because I do want to just touch on, I know you guys just went through your governance handbook, but there's never too many times of going through the board bylaws. And you guys see my screen with the board bylaws up there? So just a reminder to everybody that when you're not sure what you should be doing or if you should be doing something, this is where you go to look. You go to your board bylaws. And one thing I would like to remind people of is that the board bylaws aren't just like a set of suggestions or ideas that somebody put together. The board bylaws, these actually govern you. These are our laws. These are our rules. That's what the board bylaws are. So we need to make sure that we adhere to them. The biggest one for you guys are the 9,000s, the role of the board. Because when you click on the, oops, let me go back real quick. When you click on the 9,000s, you'll see all of them are here. Sorry, they're already here showing, conflict of interest, governing board elections, resignations, the duties of the officers, everything is already here for you. The board self-evaluation, see that even that's on there because it says something that it says that you should be doing on a regular basis. So all of that is here. Remember to go to your board bylaws. If you're stuck and you're not sure what the policy is for something, go on here and look at it and take a minute and read these. Familiarize yourself with them. You don't have to remember them, but familiarize yourself with them. How you guys talk about your meetings, there's things here in the board bylaws that address that you guys want to look at. You guys subscribe to Gamut, right? Yeah. So it's easy for you to access right from your website. You go on here and there's things on here like we talked about the voice of the board. There's things on here that talk about public statements and what you can and can't do, what your free expression should look like and what it shouldn't look like. All of that is included in here on the board bylaws. Terms of office, like I said, legal protections. Sometimes you need to know what you can and cannot do and what people can and cannot do to you. We had one board member a community member threatened to sue, and it was over something ridiculous, but we went to the board bylaws to get guidance from it. Meeting conduct. We addressed this throughout our conversations today because we all admitted, that we do and we can lose our tempers or, get extra forceful where it comes across maybe as not being very respectful. Those things are in here that it talks about that, of governing yourself accordingly. It talks about the meeting time here in your board bylaws, as I brought up later. So these are places as you're looking to streamline your board and develop a stronger governance team, this is where you want to go to look for direction. Any of you who become board president, I suggest you go through and familiarize yourself with this one, especially. And this one is the 9323 section, or the 9300s. Familiarize yourself with the 9300s, and any of the other ones that govern meetings, so that you know what you're doing and what the law says about what you can and cannot do. During COVID, a lot of us were going to this to see, hey, how do we transition these meetings to online? Thankfully, they changed, some things, provisions with the Brown Act for us to be able to give us more leeway with how we conducted our meetings online. But meetings and notices, that's another one you guys were talking about that you had some concern about, and how the meeting notices are to be posted. So that's all here too. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because I want to get to the working style ones and have a quick minute to talk about that. But just remember, your board bylaws are very important. They're here for a reason. They're here to provide you with guidance. You guys talked about training and ongoing training. As part of your training, your self-training, this is what you need to do. Just take some time one day and just click through some of them and read some of the things. I think you'll be surprised, and I think you'll learn some things. I click on some of them sometimes that didn't really pertain to me when I was a board member, and I'm like, hey, I didn't know that, I learned something new. So please look at your board bylaws. You guys, they have easy access directly from your website. I was able to pull some up from your website earlier today. So look at that, go through, familiarize yourself with them, and use it as a resource. So with that said, let's get down to the good stuff, because I want to hear what you guys are. So I'm going to start with.
Do we get to guess what each other are?
Oh, sure. Okay, so then let's go first. So Bowen, what does everybody think Bowen is?
I think they're going to be wrong.
Okay, let's see. What does everybody think Bowen is? Just shout it out.
I think he's a driver.
No, I think he's
amiable.
amiable. I think he's amiable.
Anybody else want to take a guess?
I'm gonna say expressive because he is a software engineer after all.
I'm gonna say
he has to think outside the box.
I don't know him well. I'm gonna say analytical. So what are you, Bowen?
Interesting. I thought people would guess analytical because by profession I am an engineer, or expressive because I am an engineer. But the superintendent is correct. I got lowest 110 on B, which is I'm a driver.
You're a driver?
even though I have to say, to be honest, serving on the board, if you look at my past record, I wouldn't consider myself a driver. Let's just give it a fair assessment. But this is not my behavior on the board. This is me as a person in my professional life.
No, I would have to disagree with that. I think you totally are a driver because you really did push us during election. So whether you believe it or not, it is very true.
Oh, right.
Every single day. Have you been out there? Have you been out there?
Remember when sort of see the other side of me outside of the board meeting?
Okay. We all have one of those other sides. Okay. What do you guys think Fung is?
I think they're all going to get it right.
Amiable.
I'm gonna say, I would say amiable.
I'm going for expressive.
Okay, what are you?
I tied with analytical and amiable, but I am the most amiable.
Okay,
interesting.
I got one right. Okay, Aiden, what do you guys think Aiden is?
Analytics.
I'm torn between driver and analytical.
Yeah.
I'll
say analytical too. Yeah.
I'm going to say driver.
I think analytical.
Okay, Aiden, give us the drum roll. What are you?
So as a project manager, you have to be a driver.
Oh, wow.
So, but analytical is 1 point away.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I got two of you guys right. Just me. I'm on a roll here. Let's see if I can keep it going. Lucia, did you do it? Did you do it?
I remember my answer from CSBA, but actually keep working on everybody else and I'll finish it.
Okay, Elisa, let me see. For you, I'm going to say driver.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Driver.
yeah. She's the driver.
Yeah, yes.
I heard,
By a big margin.
I'm the third project manager and I am the amiable one compared to the other two.
Mark, what are you? Oh, wait,
Anybody?
don't tell.
Yep.
Wait, no,
What do y'all
wait.
think?
Let me see.
Terrence.
Let me see.
Oh, or Terrence?
I am going to say, based on what you told me about data, I'm going to say you're an analytical.
Anybody else?
I
Expressive.
don't know. I think amiable.
Terrence got it by a long margin. Amiable.
Terrence
Who
said
knew?
he's an expressive?
No, he
he's-
said amiable.
Oh,
Mark is
amiable.
amiable.
Oh, Mark?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Terrence.
No, we're talking
Oh.
about Mark.
No,
No, I'm definitely not amiable.
Yes, analytical because you
Yeah,
told me you like data.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I can see how Mark is amiable. We've had some discussions.
The description talked about process too, and I love process.
Okay, and Terrence, let me see. What do I think Terrence is? I'm going to say an analytical. What do you guys think Terrence is?
Driver.
Hmm.
Analytical?
Analytical.
Somebody
you-
said driver.
Analytical.
I think driver.
Okay. And
Analytical.
Terrence, you are? Yes.
Analytical.
By a fair
Okay,
margin.
so I only
Okay.
got Bowen and Mark wrong. That's not too bad. Lucia, I'm going to say that you are, I'm going to say you're analytical too.
First, when I did this, I got amiable.
Amiable. That's what I was gonna
Amiable.
say.
I was going to say
Amiable, too.
amiable. You didn't give us a chance to vote.
Well, the reason why I like to do this exercise and I like to end with it, number one, because it's fun to see what everybody is. But you guys see on your papers, it says what each style brings to the table. You know, each one of you guys brings something different to the table. So our analytics, you know, they're more thorough. Our drivers is, okay, let's take the action. Our amiables, all about the process, and our expressives are about the vision and looking forward. You need a mixture of these individual personalities in order to have a good governance team. Can you guys imagine what your team would be like if everybody was a driver? You guys would just be like, oh yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that's a great, yeah, let's go. You wouldn't know where you were going, what you were supposed to take with you, or how you were going to get there. You just know you're going somewhere. So you have to have these different traits so that you guys can balance each other out. But more importantly is the making the most of your working styles. If you guys look at that one, and I know you can't see it great through my background here, but I have construction going on at my house still.
Put it right in front of you.
Oh, right here. Okay, thank you. So you guys see this one? What's most important with this one is it tells you how to work with one another based upon those traits. So if you're an analytical and you're going to work with an analytical, you'll look in that first box and it'll give you some tips on how to work with that person, because that person's like you and you need some tips to know how to work with them right. Aiden, you have your hand up.
Yes. What are you, Angelina?
Okay. Oh, you guys didn't guess me. Okay. What do you think I am?
Well, she said she was expressive before, but now she's changed since when she went into management, it changed. So I would have to say driver.
I agree with you. I think driver.
Yeah.
I was gonna say expressive, but I forgot that you had said that earlier.
Yeah, you guys, I am a driver. I know.
Yeah, my analytical side came out there.
I am a true driver. And when I did this again, I was laughing because Luann, one of our consultants, was a consultant for our district years ago. And when I was a classified employee, she had us do this, my first time doing this, and Luann had us do it. And she sent me the results from that one. And she's like, look at where you came from. So yeah, but I like this chart, and keep this chart handy, and keep, just to remind you, if you're going to have a tough talk with somebody, or, look at their personality type, look at what they are. If you're an amiable, and amiable, and you want to have a conversation with an analytic, be prepared for the conversation. Look at how those should match up. Go to the box, look at how they're, what type of conversation you need to have with them, what type of approach you need to take with them, and just keep these things in mind. And, with all of these types of exercises, none of them are perfect, but this one I found is really short, and for it to be so short, it's pretty accurate. And it gives you some good information on how to work with one another. So I hope that you guys had fun with this one. I love doing this little exercise, but it gives us good information as well about why we're different and how we can work together and make our differences work for the good of the district, because that's what makes you a great governance team, when everybody brings something different to the table. We don't all want to be alike. We want to have disagreements. We want to challenge one another. We want to bring that out. And that's good. That's, as long as we do it constructively and respectfully, we're in a good place. But any other questions before we wrap up here?
I think it's interesting that there was no expressives in the group, but with the exception of Terrence, we're all either drivers or amiable. So.
I think that you guys may have a little bit of an expressive in your group, maybe just not like that was, maybe they're a couple of points off from it.
Yeah, I was just a few points off.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments before we go? So did you guys find going through this board self-evaluation process helpful? Because this was your first time doing this, for even some of you who've been on the board. Was it helpful?
Yes.
Yes.
I think in particular the discussion among our weakness and our room for improvement, and a suggestion about how we improve things.
And next year, when you guys do this again, because I strongly encourage you as part of your professional development as a governance team to keep doing this year after year. And each year when you do it, pull up your old one and compare it. So when you get your one from next year, look at it and look at this one and see how you've changed as a board. And you should see some growth. You should definitely see some growth, and you should see some positive changes. And that'll show you, hey, we are putting in the work, we are on the right track, and we are doing what we need to do. So make sure you guys take time to do that on an annual basis, because it's important. And not only that, but it gives you the time to just talk, to dialogue, to express things, to get things out, to talk about good things, to talk about have the tougher conversations as well. It gives you the opportunity in this setting to do both of those things. And that's important, because as boards, we don't get to do that. My final thing I would say to you guys is, as you go back to transition to meeting in person, if you have the time and you're able, get to the board meeting like 15 minutes early or 10 minutes early, and just hang out and talk to one another. Get to know more about one another, because you guys haven't had the opportunity to do that. And it's a wonderful thing. No matter how heated a discussion might get between my fellow board members and I, usually in closed session over things, we would be fine, because we had respect for each other. We knew each other. We had built a relationship. And that makes a big difference than dealing with a stranger. Right now, you guys aren't technically strangers, but you kind of still are, because you haven't been together. You haven't had the opportunity to build that bond. So I encourage you to do that. Also, and not making a plug for CSBA, but if you guys go to the conference, the annual education conference, make sure you carve out time during that conference for you guys all to get together and sit down and have a meal, and maybe a glass of wine with it, and just relax and talk, and, put all the shop stuff aside. It helps to bring your board together when you know more about a person and their background and where they come from and why they think the way that they do. And it's a really nice experience. And once our board was able to start doing that thing, that's when we became a high performing board. Before that, we were not. So put in the work. make time to get to know one another, and you guys will see some dramatic changes in your board, in your meetings, and next year in your board self-evaluation. So I thank you guys for your time. I hope it was valuable. I will, Lucia will be sending out an evaluation form for me. I appreciate it if you fill it out, get it back to her, and then she'll email it to my boss. And I hope to that my path crosses with you guys at some point again, because you guys are awesome and I enjoyed working with you. You guys are some neat people, and I look to hear great things about Newark. So thank you so much. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to our board president to close out the meeting.
Thank you, Angelina. We
Thank
definitely
you.
enjoyed the past 4 hours working with you. Obviously, that concludes our board evaluation, our first ever board self-evaluation. And with that, I will move that we adjourn the meeting. May I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Gundel. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Gundel,
Yes.
Member Hill,
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes, thank you, Angelina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My vote is as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Meeting adjourned at 8:56 p.m. And thank you, everyone, and good night. We'll see you next school year.
And Mark, I'll be getting my notes to you. Give me I'm going to be out of town for the long weekend to take care of some things, and I'll get my notes to you next week.
Okay, thank you,
All
Angelina.
right.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys. It was great meeting you. Great talking to you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.